Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload of a part of a series that I do on my Twitch channel called the Sly Army Tierlists, where we pretty much rank a bunch of just random topics that I'm personally interested in. And so, because of that, these opinions are not set in stone for how I feel about in the current day. And so if you guys want a more updated version of that, feel free to either check out the DeviantArt link down below or tune in on my Twitch that will also be in the description, or check out my Discord where I occasionally post some more updated versions of how I feel about certain topics. And so do keep that in mind. And also make sure to check out the description of the video itself for the timestamps for the particular topic that is presented here. But in any event, I hope you guys do at least enjoy. I recommend you guys listen to this as either like a podcast form or as just something to play in the background. But in any event, hope you guys at least enjoy. Hey guys, Sly here for another episode of the Sly Army tier list. Excuse me, it's not a podcast, this is a tier list. So today we are actually technically doing a redo tier list, and I am here with our friend, the one and only Goldie.
Hi.
Okay, there we go. All right, let me make sure that we can actually hear you.
Hi.
Okay, yeah, we can. All right, cool.
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited.
Yes, because this is the last of the tier lists in terms of like the big three networks that you've got to do. So, because if you guys, what?
Afterwards, we're gonna have to go to do a kids WB tier list or something.
No, we're not doing a kids WB tier list.
We're gonna have to pretend that we know like any shows that are on kids WB.
Most of those went over to Cartoon Network anyways, so it doesn't matter. But anyways, so obviously if you guys remember last year around December, of course, we did our Disney Channel tier list. And then earlier this year, we redid our Cartoon Network tier list. Obviously, we got to do Nickelodeon because we can't leave out another tier list, especially since the last time that I did this with other people, it was about 2.5 years ago. So it's been quite a few years since we've talked about this. And I don't particularly mind about redoing like one of these type of tier lists because, again, a lot of the ones that are a bit older, I will admit my opinions have definitely changed quite a bit. And considering that you are the animation expert when it comes to, you know, stuff, this is more up your alley.
It is up my alley. I hang out in this alley all the time.
So, but yeah, but obviously, you know, I don't think I really need to talk about the Nickelodeon thing. I mean, I've talked about that plenty of times before. But I do need to address one thing before we really get into this. So basically, this is the first list that we're doing after I deleted my Twitter account, which means all the old tier lists. Yeah, I mean, that was probably the best decision I've ever done in my life. But I deleted my Twitter account, which resulted in the account for this getting deleted, and so because of that, I just made it through my Google account. All those old lists are no longer available. I'll make sure that they'll be available with updated pictures and all that fun stuff throughout the next couple of months. So if anyone was wanting to do any of the band tier lists or any of the network tier lists or anything else that I've done in the past, don't worry. I'll make sure those get re-uploaded. It's just because I deleted the account tied to a social media that I don't give a shit about anymore. There's no point in me, like, you know, keeping that whenever I can't even access it. So yeah, I think it's probably for the best that I do update these anyways. I mean, I'm typically update these regardless, unlike most people who just kind of leave the list static. I try to update these as much as I can. And also, you know, for you guys to check out, especially since this is a big part of the channel. So, of course, I'm going to do it for you guys. So that's pretty nice.
You're welcome.
Yes, you're welcome, guys. So, but of course, regardless of all that, though, Obviously, yeah, and of course, single player September is over. We streamed all the games for that. That doesn't mean we're not going to end streams. I think I will be doing a stream tomorrow, so feel free to check that out. But obviously, we're doing the tier list tonight since it is the 3rd anniversary of the Slime tier list shows. So it's actually kind of remarkable that we've still been doing this, and you guys keep continuing to watch them. Like, again, I'm thankful for the support that you guys have given on not just the tier lists but also the channel in general. Make sure you guys hit that follow button down below. We literally have one more follower for our end of the month goal. So
Oh my god.
So yeah, feel free to hit that follow button if you guys haven't, and also make sure to check out Goldie's Instagram, which I've put in the side. They do a lot of art, and they are currently working on their own project with their own original characters. So
There are a lot of funny little characters. Please, if you like silly little characters, go ahead and please.
yeah, go ahead.
I need the confidence boost, please.
Oh my god. All jokes aside, feel free to check out their Instagram. Yeah. So I'm thinking. So yeah, that's pretty much all I need to say in terms of updates before we really get into this. But obviously, let's talk about the list itself. So again, we've done this before. I did this back in April of 2021 with Zombie and Saimori. But
may they rest in peace.
What do you mean they rest in peace? I still have I still get in contact with them.
They're not dead, don't worry.
Yeah, they're just our original idea for our tier list for this anniversary ended up kind of failing because Saimori once again got busy. They've just have been super busy as of late. Hopefully that will change by the end of the year. But their scheduling has been more focused on just personal stuff. So, and then as for Zombie Slayer, he's been busy with his own stuff as well. But considering that, like I said, this is the last of the big 3 that you haven't covered with me. I thought it was actually a good opportunity for us to get this out of the way regardless, since for you to be able to just catch up with the rest of us. So, because I leave no man behind.
Please, don't leave me behind with this shit. I got a lot of I'm looking at this and I might have a lot more opinions on these shows than I might have with any other of the tier lists, because I I'd like to see myself as more of a kid who grew up on Cartoon Network for real. I think it's just I still grew up with Nickelodeon and Disney, obviously, but also it's just I have a lot of stronger opinions and knowledge on Nickelodeon, especially their older stuff.
Yeah.
So while I preferred Cartoon Network as a kid, and even if I wasn't as knowledgeable, Nickelodeon I had much stronger opinions about.
For both better and for worse, or just kind of just in general?
I guess more so for worse, but also for better in a few aspects.
Okay.
But I mean, for the good of the stream, it is for the better, because that means it's going to be more interesting.
Yeah, I mentioned this before. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you might hear me scream a couple of times, so that's what you like.
Yeah, he's playing. Yeah, he's playing a game. But
no, I'm not playing a game. I mean, I'm not playing a game. If I scream, it's because I'm screaming at these fucking cartoons.
And live action shows, though, of course, plenty of them we're gonna have to address because of certain people.
Yes.
So, but we'll get to those once we get to those. But anyways, so yeah, let's kind of get into my history. Obviously, I've talked about this plenty of times before. I'm someone who did also grow up. I was kind of 50-50, though I leaned more like between Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, with Disney Channel kind of being like, I guess sort of like, okay, maybe it was more like 40-40-20 in general. But in terms of like what I personally prefer overall, I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, in terms of like, stuff like, I mean, overall I feel like Cartoon Network has the better catalog, but in terms of just my personal favorite shows, I feel like Nickelodeon is kind of takes like it edges out just a little bit. I mean, it should be pretty obvious with a few of the shows I've talked about plenty of times before. Um, but it's just Nickelodeon is just one of those things where it's interesting but weird at the same time.
There's
Like,
so many. There's so many like highs and lows.
yeah, it's like a roller coaster when it comes to talking about Nickelodeon, especially when you factor in the fact that Disney Channel is mostly known for live action stuff, right? They have
At
cartoons,
least
like, but for the well, even back then, like they were more known as being like the live action like network when it comes to kids content. Whereas Cartoon Network, of course, it's in the name, cartoons, except for that weird phase in 2009 that like everyone tries to forget.
That was weird.
Yeah, and then, but then Nickelodeon was kind of seen as like the in between child, where it kind of did both at the same time. Where it was
It's
more
kind of got middle child.
yeah.
You know,
So despite the fact that it's older than both, but
yeah, I was gonna say middle child syndrome, but it's not really quite that. It's just the best of both worlds.
yeah, and so that's pretty reflective on a lot of the show, or at least was the best of all worlds until a lot of the fucking bullshit got uncovered. Of course, we'll get to all of that soon enough. But regardless of just all of the controversies and also just a lot of just the negative press for Nickelodeon, just putting all that aside, this might sound weird coming from me, especially since like I know like you and I, we talked our fucking minds about this. I still at least respect Nickelodeon because it was one of the first of its kind. Because keep in mind, like Nickelodeon as we know it now, it was a completely different beast when it first started. Because it started around the late 70s.
Yeah.
And we don't really have any like shows from the 80s, mostly just because a lot of them were game shows at the time. And also, frankly, that's just so beyond my time that, like, frankly, I don't even know if I would care. I don't even know if I would have, like, an opinion that isn't biased. So we're focusing more on their stuff from, like, the 90s onwards. But, of course, because they were around during the 80s. But around the early 90s, they struck gold with a lot of their live action stuff that they were doing, a lot of their more slice of life stuff, with the rise of the Nicktoons at the time. So, and so that's pretty much where we're covering, roughly from like the years 1989 to today. So do keep that in mind. In terms of like rules, that's basically the only rule I've got as of right now. I used to have it to where no miniseries count, but like I've kind of been lenient on that. Though no Nick Jr., mostly because that is for exclusively preschool stuff, and that would be way too, like, out there.
That's unfair.
Yeah, that's completely unfair. So, yes, that does mean we're not going to bash Dora the Explorer, because I know everyone loves to do that, but we're just for the sake of making it fair, we're not doing it. So
I don't think you guys want to sit here and watch a couple guys in their 20s talk shit about shows for preschoolers.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that, like, because that's not fair, and also, frankly, like,
a little sad.
Yeah. So
we're not gonna like throw shit at preschool shows.
Yeah,
for, like,
but if there's a show that's clearly aged for like at least 8-year-olds. That's free game.
Yeah, and eight is the line.
Mm-hmm.
To cross that line, then war is allowed. Shall
Yeah.
we?
So.
Shall we start this war?
Well, okay, let me think of the other. Okay, well, I think those were the main two rules, if I'm not mistaken. It was no Nick Jr. stuff. Oh yeah, no Nick at Night stuff either. So
No,
George Lopez, no, sorry, George Lopez,
no,
but
no George Lopez. We'll
I
get
don't,
to you.
I don't even remember what else aired on Nick at Night. That's the only show I remember that aired on Nick at Night. Like,
Um, um, Glenn Martin 3DDS or whatever it was called, but that sucked.
I don't. That is not within my realm of knowledge. Therefore, I don't give a shit.
It's an adult stop motion cartoon. Which
Yeah, like
really did not
essentially it's their equivalent of like an Adult Swim, even though it's way more tame than Adult Swim, but like
yeah, way more tame.
it's kind of their equivalent. And I've already mentioned this plenty of times before. I don't particularly give a shit about like content that is made for like, adults per se. I prefer like something that is enjoyable for just any age. So that's what we're covering here. So yeah, basically nothing before 1989, and then no Nick Jr. / Nick at Night stuff. Though Nicktoons stuff and Teen Nick stuff is on the table. So I think those are all the rules. So and also keep in mind, this is just at the end of the day, this is our personal opinions. So if you get upset about us, then that's fine. Just don't whine about it in the comments. So, and at the end of feel free to let us know how you feel about certain shows and whatnot. But anyways, I think that's about all I've got to say on my end. Do you have anything else for yourself?
I'm ready. I'm ready to get into this because I am as you're talking, I am looking at some of these and it's just like, oh man, I'm rubbing my hands together. I'm getting ready. I really am. Some of these I'm really ready to talk about, for better and for worse.
Wow, you're more passionate about this list than the other two lists that we did before.
Yeah. Well, again, it's because with Nickelodeon, it's like I liked Cartoon Network as a kid, but it's like with Nickelodeon, I just have stronger opinions about.
Yeah. So,
So
okay,
like,
but yeah, we're gonna do this similarly to what we did with the Cartoon Network one, where like I've already technically done my list before, like actually twice, and so whatever you say, I'll just kind of showcase through like the list if that's fine. So,
sure.
okay, so whenever you're ready, we'll start with whatever.
I am I gonna get first pick?
You're gonna get most of the picks, because like again,
I'm the
you're the star of the show. It's your episode.
I'm the special guest. This is like in cartoons where like the side character gets like their own episode, and then like eventually they become more prominent. They get like an arc and stuff. So I guess this is the beginning of my character arc. All right, let's go. Let's go. I guess I'm the star. I get first pick. So
And make sure whenever you're talking about a show, it's less than 30 seconds so that we don't waste too much time. So
yes. Let's just hit the ground. Let's just hit the ground running with a real terrible one.
oh
Let's
boy.
just hit the ground running. Awesomeness TV. Awesomeness.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Okay, first I hate that word. It's the most like, early 2010s like Vine culture like wording. Like it's like saying amaze balls. It's like I first of all your title sucks. I'm just gonna be frank. I put Awesomeness TV in the F tier, and I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with me. So basically, if
No.
you don't know what Awesomeness TV is,
All right.
I will ruin your life by saying this. For one, you're lucky. But Awesomeness TV was basically so you know how So Sly, you know how Cartoon Network had they
Well, I
had
know what
their
Awesomeness TV was because this was one of the things that made me stop watching Nickelodeon because, frankly, it's just. Hold on, where is it?
it's just and
It's
I hate to use
not good.
this word.
It's not good.
I hate to
It's just not good.
I hate to use this word unironically, but sometimes there's no better way to describe something. It was cringe. Like it just unironically, it was just cringe. It was basically Nickelodeon's answer to Cartoon Network also had sort of their like live action like sketch
They
show
had their
thing.
live action phase, and essentially it was their equivalent of something like Do What Would Happen. I think that's what it was, right?
Dude, what would it? No. 'Cause
Oh
there
no,
was
Bobby
another-
Says. It was Bobby Says. That was the equivalent, I feel like.
Oh no, it wasn't Bobby Says. It was because there was because Cartoon Network at around the same time had a sketch show with all the like I think like you know Cartoon Network's like
You are
look it up.
way ahead of the time, by the way.
This is the first one.
It's fine.
Incredible Crew. Incredible Crew.
Oh, Incredible
That-
Crew. God damn
this
it.
was-
Like you
Yeah.
why
This was
did you have to
Nickelodeon.
remind me of that cringe? I swear to God.
This was Nickelodeon's answer to Incredible Crew. I don't
God.
know why they thought they would copy one of Cartoon Network's like biggest failures, but they did. And
Well,
it
here's
was
the
not-
thing. I don't know if you know this, but this was based off a YouTube channel back in like 2011.
Yeah, so damn. So this is sort of one of the first examples as well of TV networks trying to dip into internet content.
Yes, and as with many of those, it sucked.
And yes, we are exceeding the time limit. But
Yeah,
you can't talk about Awesomeness TV without bringing up its biggest sin. What it would do is essentially I believe it would typically play in between cartoons or shows that would be running. But what they would do that
no, you're
everyone-
thinking of something else. You're thinking of fucking like it was like channel 56 or something. Like that's what you're thinking of.
No.
No, it's not. It wasn't this. It was something completely different. I mean, either way, this show fucking sucked. Like, I'm not blaming you on that.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am positive. It was not. This is something you're thinking of completely differently. But, I mean, either way, this show fucking sucked. Because, like, you can clearly tell that, like, this was so, like, cheaply made. And they just, frankly, didn't give a fuck. And
Damn, then if
Yeah.
it wasn't that show that did that thing, then what was?
Studio 10. It was Nick Studio 10. That was the bullshit.
Yeah, that okay.
But
That
that,
was the
wasn't
bullshit.
technically a show. That's why it's not on this list. So
Okay, yeah, and so if no one knows what we're talking about, basically what Nick Studio 10 would do, this is a little bit of a tangent.
yeah,
but
just
basically,
make it quick. Make
they
it
would-
quick.
They would. It was something that would play in between programming, but one thing that they would like to do was interrupt the show you were watching, like actually interrupt the show you were watching, and play the most, the dumbest, most unfunny clip or sketch or like 10-second sketch possible, and then resume with the show.
By the
But-
way, guess who was a writer for those things?
Boo.
Mr. Dan Schneider himself.
Oh boy. And well,
We'll get to that,
we'll
but
we're gonna he's coming up. We'll bring him up soon, but
yeah, no,
Awesome.
you get the fucking point. Like that sucked, but in terms of like Awesomeness TV, that sucked too. That's all you need to know. It's garbage.
Yeah.
So,
Awesomeness TV F tier.
all right.
Just lame, just cringy, unironically.
All right.
So are we taking turns, or is it like the same way with the other ones where it's like every three? Like we
Um,
choose,
we're gonna
I
do
choose
this more
three.
like the Cartoon Net. Actually, you know what? We'll do. You can choose four. I can choose four. But again, you're gonna be mostly doing the list since I've already done mine. I'll just be showing an
Okay.
update at the end of this. So
Okay. All right. So let me take a look. Let me take a look here. Now I got four, so now I really got more to choose from. Um, let's just get through some of the forgettable stuff. House of Anubis. I barely remember anything about. I This was Nickelodeon trying to do like a live action thing that was more dark and mysterious,
yeah, this
but
was whenever they
you're
tried making their dramas, but like none of them were
you're
any cool.
because you're because you're Nickelodeon. You're not the CW. Like even like, and that's not a compliment, by the way, because the CW also sucks. But like, you're not you don't like you're not good at melodramas. I'm not saying you can't, but every time you try that, you kind of fail. So because I don't remember growing up. I don't remember anybody caring about this or talking about it. So
Mhm.
I put it in, and I didn't care about anything that happened. So I put it in a D tier because it was just completely forgettable, and not even like YouTube channels that talk about
And
forgettable
time.
cartoons talk about it. So yeah, D tier.
Yeah, this was
Um,
this was another show that frankly was just bland. Like I remember when it came out and it just did not click. Like it was it was the most generic sort of like I don't want to say Hogwarts knockoff, but like it had like that like Harry Potter vibe that it was clearly trying to cash in on. And because of that, no one remembered.
no
So
one remembered it. Hell, I didn't remember until just now.
again, all these live rent free in my head, so at the end of the day, I am blessed and cursed at the same time with both amazing and shitty shows.
All right. This one, don't worry, I'm gonna make it quick because I actually don't want to talk about it. That's why I'm getting through this right away. But
Okay.
I will. This will not need explaining. Rabbits Invasion, F tier. Moving on.
I
We do not.
mean,
I do not need to explain. I
all
do
I'm
not
gonna
need to
say
explain.
about this is it's basically just the 2000s versions of the Minions.
Yes, and that's all you need to know. All right, we're done with that. Thank God.
Fuck this shit.
Um. Yeah. Fuck that shit. Moving on. Um. Okay. Back at the barnyard. That's what I'm gonna choose next. This I unfortunately watched quite often because Nicktoons. So maybe I'm cheating a little bit, but whatever.
You're not cheating.
Nicktoons.
It still counts.
Okay, Nicktoons would rerun this show a lot on the weekends for me. So I was forced to watch this quite often. I never wanted to. It was one of those cartoons where, it's something that you tolerate until, you get to the show you actually want to watch.
Hmm.
It's one of those, and I'm based on a movie which was like mid at best from what I could remember as well, because I have seen the
And
movie.
time.
So I give this just like a D tier because there's nothing worth coming back to with this show, but there's nothing outwardly like there's nothing that offends me or like disgusts me about the show. It's
Yeah,
just a D tier.
yeah, that's the thing about the show is that like it's one of those shows that like you watch it and you instantly forget what the
I
episode was about.
The
And
show is it's basically like like when you have a dream and you try to describe it to somebody like the morning after. It's kind of like like the basics, but all the details are just gone.
yeah, and it doesn't help that this was another, you know, 2000 CGI show. Not that like, all CGI shows from the 2000s suck. It's just a lot of them were just not up to snuff because the technology was still kind of new at the time. So
At least for TV.
yeah, at least for TV. And
For films, it was, Pixar was at, it's kind of
yeah, no, Pixar was at its
golden.
peak during this time. It's just the
Pixar was
problem
at its golden
is
age.
it's just the
DreamWorks
problem
was.
is that this was based off of another CGI movie from 2006 that frankly wasn't very good at all.
Yeah,
So
was not really good. Not terrible, but not really good.
so yeah, no, it's not really worth anyone's time.
The only thing people remember Backyard for is it spawned a few internet memes.
Yeah, that's
And
it. That's it. Like it's just a meme show. But
all right, well now it's your turn.
all right. Well, since we already started off with a ton of negative, how about we bring up a bit of positive?
Let's
You know what?
Some clearing in these clouds.
How do you feel about the Angry Beavers?
I have not seen much of it, but from what I have seen, it's pretty funny, pretty wacky.
Do you think you have enough to really rank it? Because if not, we can make a don't know tier. Like, that's fine.
From what I've seen, I would put it in B, but at the same time, I feel like I haven't seen enough of it to really get a good opinion.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll just I'll make a don't know tier.
Yeah, I put it in because I have like a don't care / didn't watch list. So it's either stuff I have no opinion of, or either I have no opinion, I haven't seen,
okay,
or I haven't seen it enough to be comfortable with making a definitive opinion, because I don't want to lie to you guys.
Yeah,
haven't seen something,
don't be a liar. Like,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, even if it means there's gonna be like a good handful of stuff that's like gonna be an anticlimax. So even if some of that stuff may be very popular, it's like, I'm sorry, but there are just some things that I haven't seen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go into this too much, but honestly, I think Angry Beavers, generally speaking, is not overrated. It's actually kind of underrated. Like, I'm kind of surprised that in terms of a lot of the 90s Nicktoons, this one kind of gets forgotten about, which I don't think is entirely fair, because, like, I mean, this was one of Richard Stephen Horowitz's earlier works, at least in terms of voice acting, and he does a really good job at being Daggett, and I don't know, it's just a fun time. So that's all I got to say about that. It's worth it if you're into that late 90s to early 2000s style.
Yeah, like aesthetic. And if you enjoy Richard Stephen Horowitz's work, which if you don't, I think you need to see a doctor.
All right. Next up.
I don't need no doctor, 'cause I know what's ailing me.
Okay, let's get something a bit more, I guess, obscure?
Obscure.
The X's.
The X's. What is
You don't know?
have no idea. I have no idea what that is.
Damn.
I actually, I can't. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. I know what this is, but I've never seen it.
Okay.
And I haven't thought about it in years, but I think Rebel Taxi, like, talked about it once. But that's going in the don't care, didn't watch, or don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Because I know what this is.
Yeah, it's the Emma Esurance knockoff.
Yeah, I have nothing to say about it. I just don't know. I'm ignorant.
I mean, it's just an average, family of spies sort of show.
So it's like The Incredibles, but not as good.
It's The Incredibles at home.
We have Incredibles at home.
Incredibles at home.
I mean, I have The Incredibles at home, so. I don't need to watch. Then I don't need to watch the X's.
Dang. All right.
Let's see. That's your. This is. Oh yeah, this is your second.
Yeah, it's my second one.
First.
Okay, let's do something that like I've seen a bit of a resurgence of people talking about. El Tigre.
El Tigre. What do you think of El Tigre? Because from what I can remember, as a kid, I thought this was okay. I thought it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would put this at a C tier, and people would probably be upset at me for that. I will say I do like how, it's a cartoon that focuses a lot on Hispanic culture, which is really interesting. And I believe it's Hispanic creators as well, which
Yes.
I'm always happy to see other cultures be represented in animation and cartoon protagonists or characters who aren't just the standard, like just that are of a different culture or a different, a different race or whatnot, just to have more diversity, because that's something that I think art that is a very strong aspect of just art in general is
And time.
just how, you know how it can represent so many people. It can come from anywhere basically.
Yeah.
So, but all in all, though, regardless of that, I just think this show is okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really care for this as much. Not that I thought the show itself was bad. It just wasn't really on my radar. Um, compared to like some other shows at the time, it just wasn't really a thing for me. So that's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
All right, your last one for your round, for your first round.
All right.
Are you gonna pick something good or bad? How are you gonna end
Well,
your
I don't
first
want to
round?
choose something like really bad because you already did four bad. Like it's
I'm
your
trying.
first ones.
I'm trying to like get the bad out of the way so we can end. So when the stream is over, we can end on a more positive note.
Come on, we got. Can't just like have everything be like. Okay, fine. Salute your shorts.
Salute your shorts. This was like a '90s thing, right?
Yes, this was early '90s. This is one of their.
So this is one of their first.
Yes, this was. Is that a camp? Right? Yeah, there's at a camp, and they
Okay,
have the
don't
really,
I don't
really, really dumb intro.
I don't know anything about this. This is way before my time.
Damn.
This is probably about like what 10, 11 years before my time.
Dang.
So unfortunately, I have no opinion for you guys. Don't
For
worry.
you '90s kids.
Yeah, for you '90s kids out there, sorry, I'm not a '90s kid, so I'm not as well versed with anything that's obscure.
Dang. I mean, to be fair though, it's very, very early to mid '90s in terms of like its tone, but I've seen worse. So that's all I gotta say about it.
All right.
Your turn.
Started with a positive and you ended with a eh. So, um, let's stay in the '90s. Let's stay in the '90s. How about I uh I don't know. Okay.
This is the
Let's okay.
end.
Let's talk about what everyone thinks of when you think of Nickelodeon in the '90s. Rugrats.
Oh, Rugrats.
Rugrats.
OG Rugrats, right?
Yeah, OG. Yeah,
Okay.
OG Rugrats.
Okay.
Although to be
Okay.
fair, we have to judge shows on a whole, and as a whole, and we will explain that further when we get to two shows I'm thinking of specifically. But
Yes.
Rugrats applies to this because Rugrats is one of those early examples of a show that started really strong and eventually had their peak and couldn't really climb out of the rut until eventually it sort of the plug was pulled. But I still grew up with this because people forget about this, but kids in the 2000s grew up with a lot of 90s stuff as well. People don't want to fucking admit that,
Well,
but
the show ended in 2004, so like it lasted a
yeah.
long
Well,
time.
but I was a baby when it ended, but I still like watched it 'cause they still reran it.
Okay,
Like
valid.
people were still like keeping it alive in my area, my family. So I put this as a B tier, and some people are probably going to be fucking upset at me about that, but it's just again we have to judge things as a whole, and if I'm honest, the last few seasons are, I mean, dip, it didn't dip as hard as
Here's
other
okay.
shows that go on long enough, but
Here's
it
how
definitely
I
kind of lost.
yeah, here's how I see Rugrats. Like I feel like the first how many seasons did I have? Like it was like what 8 or 9 seasons.
In like the first 8 or 9.
No, I'm thinking like in total how many seasons there were.
How many
Um,
seasons? Let me
I
look it
f-
up.
well, I'm looking at myself. Like okay, so yeah, there were 9 seasons. I feel like the first 5-ish seasons were pretty solid for the most part. And then season 6 and 7 were like okay, but then it started dipping around 8 and 9. The like
Yeah.
so like yeah, by the time of like after 2001 ish, that's when it started to kind of get a bit much.
So yeah, after the 10-year mark,
Yeah,
which
which
is fair because
yeah,
no show should run for a decade.
yeah. I mean that's still pretty impressive though. That for like a good decent amount of that time, it turned out to be way better than like most shows
Yeah,
that even aired around that time.
yeah, and
Um,
that's why I put it in B.
mm,
But at the same time, I guess it's just also just the fact I haven't really saw much of a reason to revisit it because there's just other cartoons that I have more memories growing up with, more stronger memories growing up with.
dang.
But I also keep it high because its influence is it's very
Yeah, you
important to
can't you
Nickelodeon.
can't deny its influence on like the rest of
It's
Nicktoons. Like you just can't. And
yeah,
at least unlike other shows, it knew when to end.
yeah, it knew when to end.
So,
We'll get to those shows soon.
mhm,
But yeah, there we go. I started with the positive. I started with a classic.
yeah.
Now let's talk about something nobody remembers. Or
Except
maybe someone.
me, because again, everything here lives rent free in my head.
Okay, fine. Um, I guess if we're gonna stay with Klasky Jupo, um, what do you think of Brothers Flub? Yeah, I this is this is just like a D tier because like honestly, there's
Oh, I think it's worse than a fucking D tier.
this is just
I don't think
I
this was Collapsy Supo. I think this was like a secondary studio. It just has that similar style.
um, Sunbow Entertainment.
Yeah, it just has it has a similar style, but like
Okay,
either way, it's not fucking worth it at all.
yeah, not worth it.
I think I mentioned before that like whenever I was still using DeviantArt, yes, I used DeviantArt, shut up. I made like one of those like old judging memes on Nickelodeon, and someone was harassing me about the fact that I didn't even know what the show was.
Yeah, like
It's like and they got super fucking mad saying that I didn't even know what this was. And they fucking harassed
well,
me for like a good like week or so. It's like,
Have you had that much passion for the brothers love?
I don't fucking know, first of all, and second of all, unfortunately, that's the reason why I have to fucking be so like thorough, because I don't want to have I don't want more assholes like that fucking harassing me because I didn't fucking cover the fucking favorite thing.
You're gonna have one like hyper specific like weirdo who for
Yeah,
some reason just really attached themselves to this one thing, and that's okay if you have that
yeah,
one
that's the
show
thing.
that
If
that
I'm not shitting on like the fact that like you like the if you like the thing, that's fine. Just don't fucking harass me. Like,
yeah, like if you have that one thing that like no one talks about, but like you like it a lot, and it's like your own like little thing, that's fine. Like there's something to be said about having that, but like don't harass people over opinions, regardless of how popular it is or not. Or at the very least recognize like, yeah, this thing is not like not many people know about this, so I shouldn't get unreasonably angry if someone doesn't.
God, that was a fucking annoying week too. But and it didn't help that I don't think that the show is even good at all. So
No, I don't get it. I
uh,
could see why no one really remembers it.
all right, 3.
Number three. Um, Winx Club.
Eh,
This was one of their This was something. Um,
technically, this aired way before it aired on Nickelodeon. Apparently it started airing around 2011. Therefore, it counts.
you know, I put this in just the don't care category, and this is what I mean by don't care, where it's a show that I have seen, but I have no opinion. Like it was nothing. I mean, I remember being a kid and making fun of it because like, oh, it's a girly cartoon with big berries, ha, ha, ha. But like, that's kind of bullshit. Like that's just kid stuff. But even now, it's just kind of like, all right, I don't really like. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable giving any sort of opinion because there's just nothing. Just comes in one way and out the other. I just don't. Nothing sticks to me. There's
All right.
nothing memorably good, and there's nothing memorably bad.
Okay.
But
So,
it's
yeah.
like,
Okay. So I made it to where there's a separate tier that's just the don't care tier. So
yeah, this is what I mean when that, because that tier for me, it's again, it's either I don't care about it, I didn't watch it, or I don't know enough about it to have a strong opinion. And Winx Club is in the category of I just don't care. Like I just honestly don't care. I'll be honest with you guys. There's some shows here that it's like, what regardless if I've seen them or not, I just don't care. Like I'll just be honest with you and call me a fucking hack for saying that, but
Goldie, you're a
whatever.
hack. You have to have an opinion on everything.
Who wants to who wants to listen to a fucking 21-year-old man scream about a cartoon about fairies? Unless they want to like
I mean,
unless they want to like dox him. Unless they want to listen to it and then like dox him and
I
call him like
mean, I mean, Rebel Taxi and Saber Spark has talked about shows about fairies, and they're in their 30s.
well, we'll talk about that. I know what cartoon you're talking about, and we'll get to that cartoon, but I feel like that's something that we should save for a little later. We got to get through, we don't want to like wait. We don't want to like
What? Yeah, we're
we don't
we're
want
wasting time. Choose your last thing.
last one. I'm gonna end on a positive note. I'm gonna talk about. Okay, we're gonna go on like a semi-positive note. Not MIB, the Men in Black cartoon. Some people have talked about this, and I actually did see this. This is like a recess situation with me where it's like so the way I discovered Recess was someone just pirated a bunch of episodes on YouTube, and I watched that as a little kid. MIB, the Men in Black cartoon, was the same way. Someone just had uploaded all the episodes to YouTube, and I just binged it when I was like 11 years old.
Mm.
And to be honest, it's okay. As far as like as far as like cartoon adaptations of movies, it's not that bad. It's okay. It's just a C tier. It's not remarkable, but it could have been a lot worse considering some of like the cartoon adaptations of movies that I have seen could have been a lot worse. At least this one was
And
likable enough. So that's the end of round 2 for me. So how are you starting round 2 for you, Sly? Positive or negative? Weird.
on a weird note, because I feel like I have to explain this one to a lot of people because they didn't realize that this was on Nickelodeon at first before it aired on Cartoon Network.
What, 16?
Yes, very few people remember this, but back in 2004, this was on Nickelodeon. Before in 2008,
16.
before in
Let me see.
2008, it would be brought over to Cartoon Network. Therefore, it counts. So,
Life is sweet when you're growing up too fast.
so how do you feel?
I just put this as a. It's like a high D tier in the sense that it's like it's not bad, but like it's not good enough to be like, oh, it's a C, it's decent. It's just like, just like, It's just like a bunch of.
It's
Like,
it's as plain as vanilla wafers.
yeah, it's just a bunch of like high schoolers hanging out at a mall. It's kind of like it's like the most like late like 2000s ish thing like you could think of. It's just like all right, they hang out at a mall. And to be honest, I'm not really like super into cartoons where like there's just one like setting. And by one setting, I don't mean like
Yeah,
a world. I
I
mean
know what you mean.
like everyone like it's all just like self-contained at this one place because like it just feels limiting and you can only do so much with one place. Even something as big as like a shopping mall, like there's only really so much you can. There's only so much you can really do. So it just feels rather limited unless you like really like teen drama and shopping malls. Then I don't know what to say. This is not. This is probably. Again, this was something that I would watch. I mean, on Cartoon Network, mind you. This is something I would watch on Cartoon Network because I believe this would usually be playing right before new episodes of regular show would go on.
Well, this
Like there would
aired like right before Total Drama, or at least on Cartoon Network. Again, this was on Nickelodeon at first, but because it was like, it's fucking confusing. Like,
Yeah, it's weird because typically shows do not. Because typically shows.
yeah,
don't go-
rarely do shows ever appear on multiple networks.
Yeah, on both, especially Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon.
Yes.
Because the companies that own those studios are very sensitive about, who's allowed to have what.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of legal. It's a lot of legal like.
Which,
issues that
speaking
come with
of
that.
legal things, do you have anything else to say about 16 or no?
No.
Okay.
It was just one of the. Basically, to sum it up, it was again just like a filler show. It was something I would watch before other stuff like regular show, for example, would come on.
Yeah. Which, speaking of legal things about shows and whatnot, do you know anything about Martin Mystery?
The name sounds familiar. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. This was by same people who made Totally Spies.
Yes.
But I did not watch this, so
Okay.
I have no opinion.
Okay. Again, this is another show that this was made by the same people who made Totally Spies, and they even had a crossover episode. Problem is, they couldn't air it in the United States because Totally Spies is on Cartoon Network and this was on Nickelodeon, so they could not air like that episode at all in the States. So
I believe it's a Canadian. No, it's a French studio, right?
yeah, it's a French/Canadian studio who worked on this.
Okay.
So
not French Canadian, a French and Canadian.
yes,
that's right. Because I keep thinking it's French Canadian, but no, it's France and Canada.
Yes.
Not French Canada, not Quebec.
No, this is not just a Quebec thing. It was France and Canada. So, I mean, if you want my opinion on the show, it's your typical monster of the week sort of thing. Ironically enough, it's not too dissimilar to something like Gravity Falls, which aired like a decade before. Like,
Strange.
yeah,
Now that is a mystery.
yeah, like it's actually kind of uncanny in a lot of ways.
That,
Though it does have the similar vibe as Totally Spies because same company. So like it. So yeah,
it
like
anime influences.
Yeah,
like
and so it feels unique enough, but it's definitely weird to see the similarities. So, but yeah, underrated either way. All right.
Stole my fucking thing because like this was my round, but you stole.
Wait, no, I.
It was my round,
Oh.
and I picked one.
Wait, did you did you choose 16?
Wait.
Hold on.
I'm confused. Okay, wait a minute.
I'm confused now.
I did brother. Okay. So my second round, I did brothers. No, did we start with? Did I start with brothers flub?
You did Men in Black. You did Wings Club. You did Brothers Flub, and then you did 16.
Oh yeah. Okay, this was your round. Okay, I'm sorry. I got confused.
Okay, no, you're fine.
I got confused.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's my round.
Tier lists are a lot of work, guys. Okay, like you don't understand.
Also, considering that you're still somewhat new to this, I'm
still the baby of the group. All right. Still learning, teehee.
All right. Well, fucking speaking of babies and not very good things.
Not very good.
Rugrats Preschool Days.
This lasted for didn't this get canceled after 4 episodes?
Yep.
At that rate, you don't even need to watch it. It's like if Nickelodeon was get this off now. They were get rid of this shit now. Then I think that's just that's enough evidence I need to put this in an F tier. If even the studio wanted this dealt with as soon as possible, especially it being a spin-off to one of their most successful cartoons, then it must have been bad. And looking at the art style, yeah, that is.
It bad. Reminds me. It's really bad.
The art style reminds me of those really creepy ass birthday cards you get where it's real animals with really exaggerated eyes and toothy smiles. You know?
Yeah, I hate that shit.
I hate those. That's what it reminds me of. It's uncanny and creepy. I feel like they're about to murder me. I feel like if I was a preschooler watching this, I would cry. I'd be scared. I'm an adult and this makes me want to cry. Let's move on.
Alright. Okay, let's do something that's not as scary.
This is your third one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As Told by Ginger.
Ooh. I actually really like As Told by Ginger. I'd put that in honestly, I'd put that in that. This is probably my first A tier, if I'm completely honest. I know, very unlikely, very unexpected for my first A tier. I mean, granted, not my first S tier. That's more of an accomplishment for a show, but I guess As Told by Ginger is just yes. I'll clarify for everyone in the audience. I like As Told by Ginger more than I like Rugrats.
What?
Yes.
How dare you?
What a shame.
I guess it's aged better for me because the type of I guess like it appeals to me as a writer because, and I think it somewhat influenced the way in which I write things and the stories that I like to write, because I like to make things that are more slice of life and more about like smaller scale character conflicts. I like stories. I guess I'm boring. I like stories where it's just characters
Wow.
living their lives
Wow,
and
your words, not mine.
growing. Yeah, growing and changing. And that's something that's like very interesting about As Told by Ginger that not a lot of cartoons did at the time. Where like, yeah, it's your typical like, like kid in like middle school setting, but it actually like has its own timeline and goes all the way up until, you know, Ginger graduates from high school. So which is, and characters grow and change and different relationships come and go, or and it's very interesting to see. And it's one of the few cartoons where the characters actually changes their clothes. They don't wear one singular thing the whole time. So it served as kind of an inspiration for me very young, because that was something that's always appealed to me, because even as a kid I kind of was like, why can't things change? I always thought of that, like, why can't things change? Like, wouldn't it be cool if things actually changed and were permanent?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was growing up, most cartoons were episodic. So I think as a kid, when a cartoon would be different and kind of be a little more linear, that
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't that was just interesting. I felt like I was being rewarded for staying on, like, sort of shows that are more of a slow burn. And
Mm-hmm.
that's the type of shit that I really like, and that's the type of shit that I like to write.
Yeah.
So this had some is this a main influence for me? I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but this definitely sparked that. This definitely started that.
Okay, I forgot how
Sort of,
long it lasted. It lasted for 6 years. Damn.
yeah, it went through a lot, like a long time. And
Yeah, I've
yes, I'll
always
just say,
found this. Oh, sorry, you go.
just one last thing. Yes, I know the characters' mouths being at the bottom of their heads does annoy me, but
That's a
it's
Clapsy
classic.
Supo thing.
Yeah,
So
it's Clapsy Chupo, so you kind of gotta just expect it to be a little weird, and that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah. I mean, I remember when I initially did this tier list, I didn't care for this as much, but I've grown on the show. Um,
Yeah,
I think it's pretty cool, and yes, it actually is, in my opinion, one of Clapsy Supo's better works. So I do agree with you there. Um, I guess
but
I'm just more about I guess, larger stake stuff. So that's why it wasn't really
yeah,
ever my favorite thing, but I can see the appeal.
yeah. I'm more boring and like just seeing somebody go from like middle school to high school to graduating is fun.
Boring. You don't like all the fantasy and sci-fi shit.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
I'm boring. It's like, oh my god, a character's like, they're going, they're like, their mom is getting remarried. Like, that's interesting to me. I'm like a middle-aged mom gossiping about like everyone in the neighborhood.
All right, let's talk about a show that we talked about a show that you care about. Let's talk about a show that I don't think anyone cares about anymore.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, did you wait? Oh no, this is your last one.
Yes, I'm gonna choose my last one for now.
All
Let's talk
right,
about a show that I know no one talks about anymore. Just Jordan.
just Jordan. I don't know what that is.
It was a sitcom from 2006, and
You know I don't know what it is when I have to like scroll through all the shows just to find it and like read the titles, because like I have no idea what Just Jordan is.
it's your average
Okay.
mid 2000s, Nickelodeon show though. I'm just gonna
Fine.
be Yeah, I'm just gonna be frank.
Well, who the hell is Jordan?
Who do you think it is? It's the kid in the middle. It's
Well,
it's just Jordan.
he's just this kid. It's like this 15-year-old kid.
I mean, it's okay. To be fair, it's more than just that, but it's
Sometimes we see his parents, but ultimately this is about Jordan.
I guess. But whatever, cares. Your turn.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know this, so I got nothing strong about that. We talked about shows that we talked about 16, which aired on both Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, which is a rarity.
Yeah.
Let's talk about another rarity, a show that both aired on Nickelodeon and Disney.
Yeah.
Which is very rare because Disney is even more sensitive about what they air and don't air.
Yeah.
Because they are way more of an institution.
Yeah, because I mean, the story's infamous. Back in the mid-90s, after the first 4 seasons of Doug, it kind of had a little bit of a blip, but then Disney bought the rights for a little bit, and they aired the last 4 seasons on their network. So,
and it's a big debate amongst fans of I mean,
I have the controversial take that they're basically the same fucking show. So
yeah, from what I could gather, but I know there's a big debate of which is better, the Disney version or the Nickelodeon version.
It's the same fucking show. It's who cares? It's Doug. I made this a meme. It's Doug. He just exists.
He just exists, which is why I put him in the C tier, because
exactly
he's not hurting anybody. It's just Doug. If it was on TV, I'd watch it. And I probably would enjoy it a little bit, but I wouldn't I'm not gonna go out and order the whole show on fucking Amazon. So it's just Doug.
And to those who do really like this show, we're not shitting on it. It's just
we're not Doug Walker. We're not gonna.
Yeah, we're not fucking Doug Walker. And besides, we don't want to be Doug Walker because holy fucking shit. But it's just it's fine. It's the most middle of the. I feel like in terms of all the shows on here, it's the most middle of the road. Which, it's not an insult. As a matter of fact, it was way more at the time that it aired, it was way more competent than many other early 90s cartoons. So I will give it that, is that in terms of setting the standard, and for being, I think, actually the first Nicktoon, because I think this aired it aired the same day as when Rugrats and Ren and Stimpy aired, but I think it aired before those, making this technically the first Nicktoon. It could have been worse.
Yeah, for your first time. Or at least one of your...
I think it's just one of those where it's a show that, definitely is, a time capsule, but not a bad time capsule by any stretch. Yeah. There's way worse, especially on this list. It's just more slice of life. And that's fine.
Yeah. Which I know I've just talked about how I like that stuff, but Doug just doesn't hit those notes for me as something As Told by Ginger does.
Okay, that's valid.
It could be just its vibe or whatnot.
And to answer your question, you can get that fucking shit out of the way.
What shit out of the way?
You can fucking get the fucking time-stamped bullshit out of the way, because I know exactly what you're referencing.
You want me to put in? Well, I'll put in my ultimate hot take for this video. That'll be my 4th pick. The third one. Okay, we're still on the I guess we'll still stay on the topic of shows that have aired on Nickelodeon and another studio. And this is a lesser known one, which I didn't even know about. Pinky and the Brain.
Yes, because this obviously this is a spinoff from Animaniacs. But this was a spinoff where it focused specifically on Pinky and the Brain, and it aired around 97, 98 on Nickelodeon. So it counts for this list. So
yeah. And Animaniacs was was Warner Brothers' network, right? It was on Kids WB.
It was on the thing that predated Kids WB. I can't remember. Not UPN, but one of those networks. Then it got brought over to Cartoon Network for its last season, but.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, as far as what I can say about, the Pinky and the Brain segments on Animaniacs, that's really a different topic. But I did not know that this show existed. So
Yes.
unfortunately, this is another didn't watch type of thing.
Okay.
If it's anything like the segments on Animaniacs, then maybe this would be like a C. But I didn't watch it because I didn't know it existed.
Okay.
If you were to ask me about just Pinky and the Brain in general, then I'd have more to say. But that's a different topic for a different day, a different stream, maybe.
Okay.
So, all right, and that's just a little warm up. All right. You want me to just get it out of the way, get my ultimate hot take?
Yeah, get the fucking bullshit out of the way. I swear to God.
Yeah, don't even try to fucking time me on this one. Ren and Stimpy. Wait,
oh, that's not what I was thinking you were talking about, but yeah, this one is
Ren and Stimpy show. Okay, I always thought I forgot about that. There's this show.
This is an unfortunate one for me.
This is going to piss off every '90s kid in the entire planet.
No, it's not. It's not gonna pit. No, after all the bullshit that was confirmed, I don't think anyone's gonna blame me anymore.
I highly doubt that because you know how some people are. But I put Ren and Stimpy in the F tier. So all you '90s kids are probably gonna try and crucify me and you're gonna be mad at me. But I am so sorry. I get it. It's one of the first Nicktoons. It brought Nicktoons It brought Nickelodeon into its popularity. Yeah, I know. But I don't like this show. I watch it and it's just uncomfortable. It's gross. It's not funny. And I get it. Ooh, that's the point. I know. I guess that's fine if that's your thing, but I hate gross out humor. I hate it. I just absolutely hate it.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, to bring this back to Warhammer, trust me, this will relate. I've mentioned, yeah, I've told you about Warhammer, right? Where about the Chaos God.
Goes back to Warhammer with you.
It doesn't always go back to Warhammer for me. It's just one of those things that just occasionally comes up every 3 or 4 months. But anyways, I've talked about before, the Chaos Gods, right?
Yeah, isn't that there's the god of pestilence. Is that what you're
yes,
referring to?
That's the one thing. Yeah, that I just Nurgle, I just hate. I get the point. It's supposed to be gross. I just don't like gross shit. And so because of I can relate to you in terms of that because there's stuff that I get the point, but I just don't like the point.
I don't like it. I don't like your argument.
So yeah, when it comes to sorry, yeah, you go.
Yeah, I just don't like gross out humor. This is just not my type of show. I don't like the art style. I don't like the humor, and
yeah, let me get into the fucking the thing. This one is unfortunate for me because unlike you, I actually thought that the show itself was fine. Yes, it's gross out humor and all that fun stuff, but for the early 90s, it pushed the boundaries for, kids content because let's be real here, back in the fucking before the 90s, from the 50s, 60s, 70s, even up to the 80s, it was all just kind of safe for the most part. This is one of those shows that thing. So I thought it was let me fucking finish and then I'll get to that. But in terms of pushing the boundaries for what can be showed and being able to get away with a lot of stuff, that's something I can respect. That being said, though, the creator of the show, and John K, is a fucking pedophile. That's not me making allegations. That is true.
Yeah, even his Wikipedia page acknowledges this.
Yes, he is a registered sex offender. And even if that was not the case, it turns out he was a fucking asshole to all of his staff who worked on this show.
Mhm.
And
everyone who has ever worked with John K, regardless of the pedophile stuff, which obviously is worse than all of this. Don't get it
yes,
twisted. But this is just the cherry on top. Everyone who has ever worked with him has said that he is the most just dickish person and is very stubborn, and not in like the stubborn creator where like the artist has his vision and they want to like, but like stubborn in that he won't listen to anyone. He refuses to a stubborn sense of narcissism.
he refuses
rather
to
than
take any sort of criticism because he's more focused on just like he's just arrogant.
doing whatever the hell. He
Yes.
just does what he wants.
And then of course the fucking pedophile shit, which we're not gonna fucking tolerate here. I did not tolerate that shit like with any of the fucking tier lists that mentioned this shit before. I'm not gonna tolerate it here. That shit's fucking disgusting. And
So
if you reach that fucking point, you become what I declare irredeemable media. Basically anything that is either associated with the worst fucking pieces of shit ever, or shit that like frankly just mentally ruins me. This is not in that category, it's in the former. And this sucks even more because again, back in back in the original list that I did, I put this pretty high. I didn't put this in S tier. I put this, I think, in like B or A tier. And because I respected the show in general. This is before everything was confirmed about all the allegations.
Yeah, this is before I broke the news to you.
Yeah, because I didn't even fucking know. And that's admittedly that's why we're updating this list now, because not only was that before I knew about that shit, this is also before I knew any. This is also before all the shit that got involved with Dan Schneider, and all the shit that got involved with Drake Bell. So that's why we're doing this. It's important that I do this list now.
We need to clarify.
So yeah,
we need to really get shit in order after what's happened with, unfortunately, what has happened to some of Nickelodeon's most well-known and well-liked programming.
Yes. And unfortunately, once you cross that line, you ruin that shit for me. And
you can't go back.
Yeah. Because, like... So, yeah, that's unfortunate for me, because, like I said, this isn't the only Nickelodeon show that, like, got ruined for me. Because the creator was a piece of shit. So... But...
Actually a disgusting person.
Yes. So, unfortunately... That basically means that out of the OG 3 Nicktoons, Rugrats is the one that aged the best. Which is kind of sad. So...
Kind of sad, yet I don't think many people... at the very least, I feel like a lot of people would agree with that take, though.
Yeah, so... So yeah, like... I mean... I'm not gonna... Here's my stance, though. If you're gonna be, like... supportive of the show, make sure you're in support of it for like all those the other people who worked on it, and not fucking
John K.
K.
Whatever creator or writer, whoever was involved, that happens.
Yes, because like I'm not gonna fucking like shit on people who respect it in that sense, but if you're doing it to try to defend him, then like I will call you out. So
yeah, just because you're talented doesn't mean you're a good person.
Yes. So that's my current 2023 stance on this. I'm sorry I went on that rant. It's just I need to clarify that I didn't know. I didn't know, and most people didn't know about all the fucking shit until it got leaked. Literally after we did all the fucking we did the original tier list. So, and that sucks.
Yeah.
So, damn.
Damn, yeah. I knew we were gonna exceed the time limit with this one, but
It's
it had to
fine.
be
Like,
said.
yeah,
Had to be
and I had to fucking like let people know, because again, I didn't even fucking know back then.
Yeah,
So
for things like this, we have to be like perfectly clear. So there's moments
so
where
that
it's
no,
acceptable.
so that people don't fucking think I'm some
Yeah, so
fuck
people
like
don't think that we're in support of this shit.
yeah,
But
because like I
anyway,
didn't even fucking know. But whatever. Anyways, it's my turn, right?
anyways,
So
this is your round 3.
okay, so
Round 3.
should we try to do something a bit more positive just to kind of balance that out? Because
Yeah,
frankly,
let's balance it out because we got into a real big negative. So we should definitely
okay.
be more
How do you
positive.
feel about Chalk Zone?
Drug Zone. I didn't. I mean, I grew up with it. I didn't really grow up with it, but I've seen a little bit of it, and I think it's like. mm, I don't know enough about it to make a solid opinion.
Okay, so I'll just put in the don't know. So
Yeah, that's a don't know for me. I'll let you do the talking on this one.
yeah, that's actually I think that's Saimori's favorite Nicktoon. So
Really?
yeah,
They were
he.
there.
So yeah, like love you, Saimori.
Sorry,
But
sorry, Saimori. I just didn't really grow up with this one too much.
yeah, so I think the show's fine. I think it's actually pretty creative because it's about chalk and they go to a different dimension and they have like a whole bunch of shenanigans, but they're creative with their visuals. So
It's about truck and there's like a zoning and stuff. Like,
well, I'm trying to be quick, so like all right, but yeah, it's pretty cool. You know what else is also actually kind of okay that I was not expecting?
You know what else is kind of okay? What is kind of okay?
Harvey Beaks.
Harvey Beaks. Again, unfortunately, this is the other end where, this is the other end where it's like, there's the part where it's like, oh, I was too young to really remember much of this. This is the other end where this kind of came at a time where I just didn't really care for Nickelodeon anymore. I was more interested in like Disney at the time.
Dang.
This was all right. I don't know. Is this still going?
No,
I
it
don't think it
ended.
is.
No, it ended.
Okay, when this was airing, I was more interested in other cartoons. So I have to put this also in the didn't watch because I was more interested. I was
Damn,
more fixated.
you're missing out.
I am missing out. Don't worry, we're getting to there's plenty here that I have seen and have opinions about. But why do you think Harvey Beaks is okay?
Okay, so this was made by the same creators of Chowder. But it's not really like Chowder. Think of it more as actually, I don't know. It's a bit more lighthearted, if that makes sense. It's a bit more, I guess,
Grounded
and kid adventurous, if that makes sense. Like it's more
Chowder had a lot more like kind of tongue in cheek like moments, like kind of fourth wall breaking. Like it was a lot more. It was a lot more like I don't want to say progressive because it's a weird word. It was a lot more like
experimental and fourth wall breaking.
experimental with its humor.
Whereas with this one, they still have some of those moments, but not nearly as much. It's more kind of just about the wild of the kid's imagination, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So like, it's interesting. I recommend it. Like, especially considering that around this time, Nickelodeon was not particularly doing well. This was kind of like a diamond in the rough. Or not really like a diamond, more like an
emerald.
An emerald in the dust, I guess. Sure.
Emerald in the rough.
So I was not. Right. Yeah, I thought it was all right. You know what? Let's go back to the 90s.
Back in the 90s.
Let's talk about sports games. Nick Guts.
I thought you hated sports.
I do hate sports.
But I do. Okay, so do you hate Nick Guts?
I don't hate Nick Guts, because at least it has a bunch of variety. I just don't particularly
Well,
care.
I never watched Guts, so I don't know.
Damn. What did you watch?
We'll get to that. This is your round. We'll get to that.
At least watch Legend of the Hidden Temple?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's like the best one, though.
The closest I've actually watched to a Nickelodeon game show was Brain Surge.
There's your problem right there.
I know 90s kids are like convulsing on the floor right now.
They're...
Like they're frothing at the mouth.
Dude,
like,
they did a shit ton of reruns of Hidden Temple for a good decade. How did you not see a single one?
I don't know. I guess as a kid, I don't know. I guess I just didn't. I wasn't. I don't know.
They did reruns up until, like, I think 2009. Like, it was very, this aired a lot. Like,
Really?
yes!
I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is.
It's another competition show that aired back in the mid-90s. Actually at the Universal Studios lot before that got taken down in 2005. But they basically, this was known for like rerunning all the time around like the 6 to 8 block on Nickelodeon. So like it was.
Well, maybe that's the problem, because during 6 to 8, that's when all the stuff I liked on Cartoon Network was on.
Damn. Missed out.
So I was just either that, or I was like, I don't know, doing homework, or like.
Damn, you missed all the kids trying to compete to win Super Nintendos.
I had homework to do as a child.
I had homework too, and I still watched this.
Yeah, but I sucked at school, so like.
Your words, not mine. Anyways, your turn.
My turn. Alright. Oh, Goldie, you don't watch anything. You don't know anything. Fine. I'll watch I'll put on shows that I have watched. And you know what? Just because you're getting on my case about it, I'm starting with a negative again.
Oh boy.
Breadwinners. F for fuck this show. I hate it. It's basically just Nickelodeon trying to mimic, like... It was just a part of that era of cartoons where they were just trying to be as loud and obnoxious and random as they could be to try and get your attention, only for it to be so much sensory overload that you just turn the TV off. This show wasn't funny. I despised the art style. It was just extremely annoying. Nobody liked this when this came out. Nobody liked this.
Yeah,
I don't
everyone
remember.
hated this shit.
I remember everyone hated this when it came out. So, that's my opinion on Breadwinners.
Yeah, this shit's fucking awful. Like, again, this was them trying to compete with Cartoon Network's Teen Titans Go at the time.
Which continues the trend of Nickelodeon trying to mimic things that Cartoon Network did.
That weren't even that good to begin with.
Yeah, just mimicking their failures.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Even from a business point of view, I don't get it. But that's the past. All I'll just say is, to sum up Breadwinners is like
Make it quick.
Breadwinners is like what an adult who haven't watched cartoons in like decades thinks what cartoons are. It's like what people who don't like cartoons think cartoons are. Just loud, ugly, obnoxious.
It's fucking awful. Like, God. And everything I hate about mid-2010s
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah. Basically, just take everything wrong with that time in animation and fuse it into one show.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go a little. Let's go a little further up the list into positivity. Mighty B. Now, this is a show that I watched a lot, especially on
F.
Nicktoons.
F. I hated this show.
Honestly, I would put this more as a D. I don't think it's that terrible to call it an F. It's not
Oh, I'm
really.
calling it an
It,
F. Oh my god.
it's not really good, but like it's just kind of like I don't. It's not good enough to warrant a C, but it's not bad enough to warrant an F. It fits perfectly in the D tier for me.
Oh, I put this shit in F. I could not stand, cause like they were super fucking obnoxious, like all the characters. Like I did not like a single one of them.
They
Like,
really did try to sell. They really did try to sell this show. Also,
yep.
they really did. I do remember that though. They really did try with this cartoon.
And guess what? Barely anyone remembers because again, the show was so goddamn like garbage that like it just went through everyone's mind because they wanted to clear out of it because they didn't want to have to suffer through all the misery that they went through while watching the first few episodes like I did. Oh my god.
Misery.
Like, so yeah, like I know you're just like, oh, it's not as bad to put it. It's as bad to put it in F. Like
For you. Well,
for
you.
me. God.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah, and unfortunately, this was the beginning of the Nickelodeon's downfall, at least in my opinion. Like,
for you.
Yeah, for me.
All right.
This was the moment.
That was my second.
That was your second.
All right. Let's go to something that I'll do something I actually like, and we're gonna go back to the '90s again with what I think is my second favorite '90s era Nicktoon. Second, Rocko's Modern Life.
Ooh. But this one also has a lot of gross out humor, though.
Yes, but it balances it. It's enough of a balance. It's really a show that just has all types of humor.
Yeah.
And it's all just kind of balanced. Like, so that sort of gets a pass for me.
Mm.
I would put this in like the A tier, a very high A tier.
Dang.
A very high A tier, almost S, but a very high A tier. If you like SpongeBob, you will like this because this is actually one of the first shows that Steven Hillenburg has worked on. And when you know that, you definitely see the similarities between Rocko's Modern Life and early SpongeBob.
I mean, for fuck's sake, Tom Kenny is also in this show, which he would eventually, be SpongeBob. So that should tell you something.
And Rocko is just, I don't know. I love Rocko. He's adorable. He's such a little guy.
I feel he's such a little bean.
I know, he's such a little guy. I love Rocko. He's such a little guy. I'd buy a shirt with Rocko on it.
He's like the man.
Yeah, he's cute. I like his accent. He's just a little guy. Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby.
Yeah, Rocko's Modern Life is fucking amazing. Like it's one of my favorite Nicktoons for sure. And yeah, I would definitely say that it deserves its recognition as being, one of the shows that did help, pave the way for,
for Nickelodeon.
Yes. And honestly, like I know a lot of people have fucking there was a controversy involving the Rocko's Modern Life movie that came out a few years ago, but like honestly, I thought it was actually a pretty good way to actually, in a hilarious way, but also just kind of have like a lighthearted way to end it. So like,
yeah, and do what a lot of animated shows are not necessarily, or well, it's a movie, but a lot of animated movies especially are not necessarily afraid to do, but just simply aren't allowed to do, and that's I'll just be out with it here, to have trans characters as major.
Well, not only that, but also even criticizing people who,
who hold anti-transgender views.
Yes. So,
which is what a lot of studios simply don't want to do.
Yeah, it actually took a stance, and a pretty based stance at that. So
yeah, a pretty good one at that. We'll just
again, I'm not afraid to talk about that sort of stuff like on tier lists or podcasts. So don't worry.
Okay, well, okay then. I'm not afraid to let my opinions about it known. But I don't want this to turn into a political discussion. We could do a whole freaking podcast episode about
it. I've done that plenty of times, but but point is, Rocko's Modern Life, yes, you can tell it's from the 90s, but it's a time capsule, but it's a pretty good one. But
in a good way, and it's still aged pretty well.
Yeah, and even some of the stuff that is old, it's still relatable. So.
Yeah. Don't press the green button. Alright. Well, let's talk about something. I'm gonna keep it positive. Not as positive, but still generally positive to end my round off, considering we had such a terrible start to Goldie's third round. The Penguins of Madagascar. Considering that the Penguins were the best part of the Madagascar movies, making a show about them honestly is not a very bad idea. And to be fair, I actually kind of really like it. Like, I put it in a B tier. I actually really like it. It was on a lot, and so I watched it quite a bit, and I liked it a lot more as a kid than the actual Madagascar movies, because again, the Penguins were the best part of all three of those movies. So making a show about them where they're the main characters, just naturally, I feel like just kind of makes sense. It's a very good idea.
Yeah.
And I think they did a pretty good job. And
they did A-okay.
They did A-okay. I think they did a pretty solid job. So it gets a B. A surprising, and also, for a spin-off, for a cart, it's like the anti-Barnyard. It's how you do a spin-off to a movie.
Yeah, I agree. This was pretty A-okay. I wouldn't say it was anything. I wouldn't say that it was anything that reinvented the wheel or anything, or was anything that was groundbreaking. But for one of the DreamWorks ventures outside of movies and making a show about, like you said, the best part of the Madagascar movies, they did pretty good. They did surprisingly pretty well. So I approve.
There. All shows that I have watched and have a strong opinion on. I'm not some uneducated loser.
Loser. Dang, I'm kind of surprised there's not more, unless there is more. You just did the 4.
Like more that I have strong opinions of, or more that I've seen?
More that you had strong opinions on.
Oh, there's plenty more I have strong opinions on. Don't worry.
Just make sure that you save the favorite for last. But anyways,
I will save my favorite for last.
All right. Time to shit on your parade of good stuff.
I mean, I've done it to you many times, so I guess it's fair that I get a little bit of my own. I get a little taste of my own medicine.
All right. How do you feel Okay, I'm not gonna do that one yet.
Not unless I get to it first.
How do you feel about the Big Nate Show?
You motherfucker. Damn it, I wanted to get to that. I wanted to wait for that. Because you know how... Speaking of strong opinions, because you know how I feel about this. I put it in... I want to give it an F. So bad.
By the
know
way,
I
I
can't.
have to specify, I have not seen this show, mostly because I never read any of the books. It was kind of already past my time, so like it wasn't really anything I gave a shit about.
I grew up on those books. I love those books. I still read the comic online. I still read Big Nate as an adult. I own a lot of the books. They're in my room. They're right... Some of them fell over, but they're right next to me on my desk. It was... You could... I mean,
By the way,
it
like,
kind of...
if you want, you can turn on your webcam, but I know you typically don't like showing it, but
I'm not ready for that now.
okay,
But
fair enough.
but like, you all need to understand. Big Nate is what inspired me to start drawing, to start writing, to want to make comics and eventually like animation. Was it the first thing? I mean, it's unfair to say that it was the only thing that made me want to become an artist. It was a combination of a lot of cartoons and books and comic strips that I grew up on. But this was a huge influence on just my starting point. I would actually I would really love to meet the original creator of Big Nate, Lincoln Pierce, one day. Because his work has such an influence on me and just really inspired me as a kid to want to create. And this show goes against pretty much everything that made the original comics and books great. I don't know why it's 3D, and that's, to be fair, it does look pretty good. I will give it this. It does look pretty good, and I do kind of like its, wouldn't necessarily say choppy, but sort of rough around the edges animation style. It gives me like Spider-Verse vibes in a weird way. I'm not, and like, I know it sounds like high praise, but I would have preferred it to be 2D and have it look like the books, but you know, the 3D isn't too bad. And I can acknowledge that the voice actors definitely put in a lot of work. Like, you can tell that that there's some really talented voice actors in this. They put a lot of emotion into their lines. That being said, though, Big Nate was more of a slice of life thing. It had some weird moments that were just slightly exaggerated, but still in the grounds of reality. It was nothing fantastic. It was nothing like that was so out of the ordinary that it just felt weird. But this show really really goes hard, and not in the good ways. Because a part of the appeal of Big Nate is that it is, at its core, a very realistic depiction of just being a kid.
Yeah, I don't want to feel like I'm pressing you on time, but we've been on this point for a while.
Yeah, and also it's kind of weird. Like I don't know how to describe Big Nate, but there's a lot of the show. I don't know. There's a lot of moments that are just uncomfortable to watch. Like, not like creepy, but just like weird, that make you go, what? Like, that just make you go, what? It's just weird. Is it the worst thing ever made? No. That's why I don't put this in an F, because I acknowledge that there was way worse out there.
So we put it in D tier?
I put it in a D tier.
Okay.
But, you know, I want to put it in an F but I don't want to seem like a reactionary because I acknowledge that this is probably of all these shows, this one I have probably the most bias towards. So I want to try and be as
This is
fair as I
a
can.
recent show too. This came out last year.
Yeah, this is very recent, but this was something that caught my attention because, again, Big Nate is very important to me. It is very important to me. So, also, you don't have anyone else to blame but yourself, Sly. You unleashed the beast on this one.
I'm still in charge. It's still my show though, so I still have the final say.
Sorry, I know I saw red for a little while there, but I'd like to think under the circumstances I kept my cool.
I hope you keep your cool. I hope you'll keep your cool or your cool because the next show is Fanboy and Chum Chum.
You are just from now on, for this entire tier list, for the rest of this tier list, never criticize me for being negative. You are really pushing me right now. You are trying to break me. I see what this is. Like, you are trying to get me to scream today. Do I even need to talk about it? This goes in F. This cartoon is one of the reasons why I just switched over to Cartoon Network as a kid. Why I just stopped caring. Like, you do the talking, you do it. Because I'm just gonna go off on a big tangent.
Okay, yeah, this show sucks ass. If I'm just gonna be real, and yes, to go off of what they were like, what Goldie would just said, I might have thought that Mighty B was the beginning, but this is the show that solidified the downfall of Nickelodeon as a whole. And quite frankly, it's just kind of sad to see. Granted, I know there was the rumor that, like, you know, Nickelodeon was given this and Adventure Time. Like, I know that was like a rumor. Turns out that wasn't actually a true rumor. It was just Nickelodeon executives just apparently think that shows like this are good enough, when in actuality, garbage like this really just proved that, like, it's just a bunch of, you know, out of touch corporate executives who just think that, you know, just gross out humor and ugly visuals and just the worst character designs are what appeals to kids, when in actuality it's awful.
You couldn't be further away from the truth.
Exactly. So yeah, no, this, like, I might have been laughing, but it's mostly because, yeah, this shit's fucking just awful.
Because
like, if I'm just
like
frank, like to torment you. I'm just trying to smack down reality just so that we don't keep going.
Also, keep in mind the Adventure Time pilot was very different to how, like, the actual show turned out.
Yeah, but that's a whole other conversation. We've had that multiple times, so
they couldn't have predicted how successful Adventure Time would have been.
Yeah.
More so just a moment of hindsight being a bitch. And it probably would have been a very different show if Nickelodeon picked it up anyways. So it's not really fair to say that, like, oh, they really missed out.
Yeah, but anyways, you know what?
Are you gonna continue to just make me sad? And
no, I'm not. I'm gonna choose something else. Let's do Cat Dog.
Oh. Good. You have a show that I kind of just, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't really care for it that much. I didn't really watch it all that much. I just put that in the don't care because, like, I don't know. I just don't care. It just doesn't seem like my kind of thing. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Damn. I mean, I'm just gonna say this. The show is fine, but I wouldn't put this in, like, top 10 Nickelodeon shows. I don't even know if I'd put this in top 20. Like, there's some cool moments, and there's like some cool moments, especially like with a lot of the side characters. I just don't particularly find the gimmick of it, just being, a Siamese twin, except like, one of them is dog and one's a cat. All that interesting, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
And also, Cat is just has a lot of moments where he feels a bit more spiteful in the show, where it's kind of unnecessary. So, because of that, like, it's fine. It's just an instance where it's just not really for me, I feel like.
Yeah.
So.
Alright, what are you gonna end? How are you gonna end this? This was quite the round. For me. Not for you. But this was quite a lineup for your 4th round.
You know Romeo?
Juliet.
No, it's just Romeo.
Romeo. I don't. What's it called?
It's called Romeo. It's what the show is.
I have no idea what this is.
Okay, fine. Don't know, didn't watch.
Great. So 2 shows that I hate with a passion. A show that I just don't really care about, and then just a show that I have no idea existed. What a round. What a thing. What a thing.
I don't know. It's just like, admittedly, in hindsight, a lot of Nickelodeon shows just haven't really aged well. Although, to be fair, that's the same thing with both Disney Channel and Cartoon Network, because like, you remember doing those lists.
Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that people don't remember, and for good reason.
Yeah.
Even if that reason isn't exactly like stand out, there's just things that get forgotten because it just doesn't really make the mark. Like, it just doesn't really hit. It's just underwhelming compared to other things.
Yeah.
You could almost argue that it's like being just mid is almost worse than being bad, in the sense that like you just get forgotten about. I mean, that's debatable, I guess, but
I'd prefer something that's like forgettable rather than something that's like just so bad that it just drains my fucking health.
I mean, I guess I would, but you could make the argument, I guess, that some would rather be at least remembered, even if it's not for something good. Don't know why, but some people are kind of like that. All right, my round 4 for me. Round 4 for Goldie.
All right.
Let's just get some more stuff that I just don't know about out of the way. Night Squad. I have no idea what this is, so this just goes in the don't know, because I have no idea what Night Squad is. This looks very new.
Yeah, this is really new. 2018. I update these lists with everything on them, including shit that I haven't seen. So
yeah, so I don't know. I'm not gonna. Every which way, I remember this being advertised. I never watched it. I never cared for it, because at this time, this was like around the time I was starting to just kind of grow out of Nickelodeon. So don't know, don't care, didn't watch. This is all 3. I don't know, I don't care, and I didn't watch it. Yeah, I know, I'm speed running already. I'm already halfway through. But we did just go off on some big tangents, so we kind of got to make up time.
yeah, that's fine.
Power Rangers.
Okay. Watch what you say. Watch what you say.
I watched this as a kid. We owned a couple of the movies. In fact, I think we still do own one of the movies.
By the way, this is counting every single series, because technically the series is just the seasons, just themed. So
Yeah. So I did grow up with this, but at the same time, I just put this in a D tier because there's nothing for me to come back to. I grew
What a
out of
shame.
this. I grew out of Power Rangers very quickly. I stopped caring about it. This is something I cared about in early childhood, like 4
Damn,
and
my
5.
cousin would be very disappointed in you.
Yeah, I just don't care. But I have seen it, and it's just like, I don't know. It's just a D. It's not like, it's nothing that
Yeah.
I really particularly care about. But I've
Goldie
seen enough.
the contrarian. He has to like shit that no one talks about and then not care about stuff that's awesome.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No one cares about Rocco's Modern Life. Yeah, fine. Well, if you're gonna come out with like a statement like that, then I will talk about something I like, that I care about, and that everyone else does care about. I'm gonna freaking talk about. Let's get this something. Let's just end on a really positive note. And Sly and I were talking about this show before the stream a little bit. Jimmy Neutron, boy genius. I give Jimmy Neutron an A tier. It didn't run as long as people remember, though. People kind of forget that
Yeah, it only
it
lasted for like 4 years. Like, it did not last
Yeah.
long at all.
did not last that
As
long,
told
but
by Ginger, lasts longer than Jimmy Neutron.
yeah, which is very interesting. But I think the fact that people still remember it so well and still talk about it and still watch it is just a testament to how good Jimmy Neutron really was. How just, and especially for the time, because CG cartoons at the time of its airing were, again, as we mentioned,
Yeah, not very good.
yeah,
Like,
were not very good, or the technology was very limited. But Jimmy Neutron was definitely, I think Jimmy Neutron's kind of what set the standard for us for CGI, like TV cartoons.
Mhm.
I think it's what set the standard. And in some ways, the CG has aged a little, but it hasn't. It's not like.
well, you can tell
shit.
it's aged. It's the texturing itself that, well, yes, you can tell it's like the textures that they use are old. They still look fine. For
Yeah,
like,
the character designs still look really well. The environments still look really good. Like, everything still holds up pretty well, even if it's somewhat obvious that yes, this does come from the 2000s.
yeah.
It could have been a lot compared to what else was CG on TV at the time. It could have been way worse.
I mean, this
And
may
also-
this might sound weird to say, but like especially since since like we talk about like these films quite a bit. I like to say that like Jimmy Neutron's like the rendering of the CGI is just a little bit below that of the first Toy Story, or like roughly
Yeah,
around.
it's the closest. It's like the closest we had gotten at that point to having sort of movie quality. Even if at that time, if this was a movie, it would be dated. But television is a lot. The production's a lot different.
Yeah, because you have to be more forgiving for television because it's cheaper than like a movie. So like you have to at least be somewhat forgiving to a certain extent. So, but yeah, no, like Jimmy Neutron, it was fine.
But also this show was just pretty funny, and a lot of really great characters. Obviously, Jimmy, Carl, and Sheen are just, they're fun to watch. They're fun to see interact.
Or at
with.
least were fun to watch. We'll get to it. But yeah, no, this was fine.
Yeah, this was a great show. I loved it. I had it on VHS, but we like gave it away to Goodwill like a long time ago.
Dang.
Yeah, I still regret that. But then again, my VHS player doesn't work anymore because we lost some of the cables for it.
Ooh.
So I feel like I'm just gonna, if I want to start a VHS collection, I'm just gonna have to buy a new VHS player along with tapes. Which is that's something for future Goldie. That's something for like when Goldie finally figures out what he's gonna do with his goddamn life and has a stable, like, living, has a stable life.
Let's.
That's a problem for like 30-year-old Goldie to handle.
But anyways, well.
So yeah, there we go. There we go. There's a show that I watched and that I have a good opinion about, where I agree with the majority. There.
All right.
Not just this contrarian, artsy snob. At least not all the time.
Your words, not mine. Anyways, well, you may have said that, like, you know, I was torturing you, but unfortunately, I do have to torture myself because we're gonna have to address.
You're due for it.
Well, we're gonna have to address something that stings me quite a bit because many of these shows held a place in my heart. However, after all the allegations that have been made against Dan Schneider, it's made me just, and also about another certain individual.
I guess it's about time we address the elephant in the room.
I was gonna do 4 shows in a row. We're gonna do.
Let's just get it over with. Just
all that. Keenan and Kel. What else? The Amanda Show. And then Drake and Josh.
Ugh. Alright.
So
all that and Keenan and Kel, before my time, didn't watch. I know it launched a lot of actors' careers, which I respect, but I didn't watch it, so I don't know. But I've heard good things about all that and Keenan and Kel. And what were the other 2 you mentioned? The Amanda Show and Drake and Josh?
The Amanda Show and Drake and Josh.
Bring out the dancing lobsters. Wait, that wasn't... Well, that was Amanda Bynes, but that wasn't, like, on the Amanda Show.
No, it was. No, it was.
Oh, well, that's all I know about the Amanda Show. Is just bring out the dancing lobsters. But I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I didn't watch it, again, before my time. Drake and Josh, however...
But you know what all of these shows have in common, though?
Dan Schneider was a big part of it.
Yep, these were his first shows in the 90s and early to mid 2000s.
And Drake and Josh was his first, like, hit.
No, all that was his first hit.
Well, I think, like, Drake and Josh is when he started to become, like a bit of a celebrity.
No, he was a celebrity even before Drake and Josh. He was a celebrity back in the late 90s.
Okay, well, I guess shows what I wasn't alive then, so I guess that shows what I know.
But the thing with Drake and Josh that stings even more for me, because I'm going to take over the reins a little bit for this one, is...
Yeah, I want to say it.
Well, of course, not just with the Dan Schneider thing, because that's a whole other issue as well. But literally, let me address this. Literally, 2 months after we did our Nickelodeon tier list, Drake Bell was also confirmed to be a sex offender. And since then, that ruined the show for me. Because...
That ruined it. Because, well, he's
one of the main people.
He's Drake. He's Drake of Drake and Josh. He's literally a title character.
Yes. And it stings even more for me because this used to be my second favorite show on Nickelodeon. So this was a special. This used to be hit a special place in my heart.
It used to as well for me, and this is also something that launched the careers of many people like Miranda Cosgrove and Jerry Traynor. So
unfortunately,
time it wouldn't get better from there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even time has not been kind to this show because of multiple controversies involving multiple people involved with this show that unfortunately makes me not really want to watch this show anymore because it just feels disgusting.
I put it in D tier. I should put it in F, but I just don't have the heart for it. It actually makes me sad. Because like I just feel so terrible for everyone else involved who wasn't like a terrible person who put so much of their effort, so much of their talent into into this. I feel so bad for them. I just don't have, and because of that, it's like I just don't have the heart to put it in F, even though I should, because it's not just because
I
of all the
mean,
shit you mentioned.
on my,
I just
this is a spoiler for like my current tier list. I just made straight up put a tier called Dan Schneider. So
I mean, that kind of feels valid because it's complicated because it's like it's like there's the rule of looking at the show on its own, but at the same time there's some factors, there's some situations where it's like
there's
you kinda
only
can't
so much you can fucking do.
yeah.
Because
Like,
here's
one
how
fucking
I see it. Like, if it was a situation where, not saying this would have been a good idea anyways, I'm just using this as an example. If this was like an animated show, that would be different because like it's more so the character. Like if a character on a fucking like animated show was voiced by a piece of shit, it wouldn't have been it would have fucking sucked. But it wouldn't have stung as much because like you can just replace like the character with a different voice actor. But
Like
more
what they did with-
importantly,
like what-
you associate the character with the character and not the person. Whereas with live
Well, with
action, if you showed their face and they're a piece of shit, you associate that face with that piece of shit.
especially when the character literally has the same name as the actor.
Exactly. So
Like,
that's why it
it's almost
stings way fucking harder for Drake and Josh. Because
I feel bad for Josh because by all accounts, Josh Peck actually seems like a really great guy.
oh yeah, no, like he seems fucking great. Like he's been doing pretty well on YouTube. Like he has a very successful YouTube career now, which is nice.
Good for him.
And
Like
I think the cherry on top of all this though is even with all the recent stuff, even
Drake and
back
Josh?
then it sounded like they weren't even ever friends.
yeah, apparently Drake and Josh, the actors, not the characters,
Yeah.
didn't really like each other all that much. Like it just turns out they never really liked each other all that much, which also makes it kind of sad.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, that kind of even makes me start to question even a lot of the stuff that Nickelodeon was doing even before 2008 and 9.
Like what is it's
Like-
kind of the horrifying thought of like what's the stuff that if that was leaked, then what's the stuff that hasn't been leaked?
Yeah,
shit
because like
this
again, it sounds like this shit was again even with the Ren and Stimpy thing though, because like again,
shit like this just doesn't happen overnight. Like this kind of it builds up.
yeah, and it sounds like this shit's been
No.
going on for decades, and
Yeah, and
that's the thing that stings is that like.
Yeah. It kind of makes you distrustful of a lot of other shows as well, and you have to wonder what is the studio like? What are things that either the studio doesn't know about, or the studio is trying to like keep hidden because they know it'll be bad for publicity? Like, what is the potential stuff that hasn't been leaked by someone yet?
Yeah, and that's making me kind of terrified about a few of these shows. Because, like, I swear to God, if, like, it turns out
That's
there's, like...
That's like a genuine fear of mine, honestly. Like, that's a genuine fear of mine of, like, obviously everybody's familiar with, like, everybody has, like, one YouTuber that they used to like who was revealed to be an awful person. But it's, like, that's, like, that goes for TV as well with me, is, like, that's a genuine fear of mine of just, like, someone or some show that I really like or really respect turns out to just have all this terrible background drama going on. Like, that's a genuine fear of mine.
Yeah, especially if it involves, like, sex offenses. Like...
Yeah, like, actual evil shit.
Yeah, that's kind of, like... if I'm gonna be honest, like that kind of not only makes me question what happens with a lot of the shows here, maybe even some of the shit on Cartoon Network and Disney Channel.
Yeah.
Like, but that's a whole other discussion. I don't want to like dwell on that. Point is that like, I used to fucking love Drake and Josh, but after like the shit involved with Drake Bell and even all the allegations with Dan Schneider, it makes me not want to be associated with that anymore.
Yeah.
And that
Definitely.
I still cry about that a lot. So sorry we dragged that one on, but
we had to address it sooner or later.
yeah, it fucking, this one's personal. So all right, you want to choose shows or
What a depressing round.
yeah.
Let's try and dig out of this a little bit, even if there's still a even if
Yeah,
there's
just
still
make
a
sure to
few
save the
negatives
big
there.
3. Yeah, just make sure to save the big 3 for last, though.
The big 3 is for last. At least what I assume you think the big 3 is. But I think
I'll
I got a good idea.
DM them to you so that you don't.
Okay. There's a couple other. There's 2 other shows that also have similar problems to what Sly has mentioned, but we're gonna take a little bit of a break. We'll get to those later. We're gonna give a little bit of time to kind of recover from that discussion. Let's move on. And there's another controversy, but not as terrible, but more so just let's just get to that. Let's just get to another controversy with Nickelodeon, but one that is that's not really evil, just more so scummy. And I guess this. Oh, okay. Yeah, the big. Okay, that's not what I was imagining by the big 3. Well, okay, one of them. But, alright. But let's just get this over with. Let's talk about the SpongeBob spin-offs, Camp Corral and the Patrick Star Show.
Of course. Yep.
I do put these in an F tier. Specifically because of what they represent. Now, a little history lesson. I won't drag this on, I promise.
Yeah, don't take.
History.
Yeah, because we're already dragging time.
Back in I believe so. Steven Hillenburg worked on Rocko's Modern Life, and eventually went on to create SpongeBob. And SpongeBob is, well, it goes without explaining. It's their golden goose. SpongeBob is Nickelodeon's Mickey Mouse. It is what it's earned them probably billions of dollars. But Steven Hillenburg was very against the idea of SpongeBob having spin-off shows. He was very against the idea. He didn't like SpongeBob having spin-off. And Nickelodeon respected that. Until unfortunately, Steven Hillenburg
Passed away in 2019.
And I was particularly very heartbroken, and it still makes me sad to this day, because SpongeBob is one of the most influential cartoons, not just in general, but even just in my personal life. And I'll get to that later when we eventually do bring up SpongeBob. But like SpongeBob itself.
Yeah.
Not necessarily immediately, but very soon, sooner than what feels
comfortable. Just get to the reasons why these shows are, awful.
After he had passed, Nickelodeon knew that he won't be around to protest them when they make spin-offs of SpongeBob. So that's exactly what they did with the Patrick Star Show and Camp Corral. And I've heard a few people try to defend these, but I am very sorry, but these shows not only have the same exact problems as a lot of newer episodes of SpongeBob do, but also it represents scummy, disrespectful studio behavior.
Yep.
And as somebody who also is a creator, who also has their own characters and their own stories to tell, and their own ways that they want to tell them. And as someone who actually does fear that someone will misuse my content, it's something that I greatly disrespect. I have no respect for Nickelodeon when they do this. So what these shows represent is very just honestly disrespectful.
It's fucking
and I wouldn't say,
disgusting. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't say go as far as to say evil, but very shitty, almost inhuman behavior. Almost just
it doesn't
heartless.
help that Camp Corral looks it looks unfinished, because I saw like the first episode and it literally just, I don't know if it's because it's under, like, you know, it looks like it's underwater, but it just didn't have any like shading. Like, it just looked, there was no lighting and it looked
Yeah,
awful.
yeah. I don't know if that's just a poor art decision or if they just rushed it. I wouldn't be. I mean, I personally believe it's the latter, but
And again,
you know,
the show looks like shit because, like, the reason why SpongeBob worked the way that it was because it was a 2D show. A lot of the humor would not translate well if it was 3D. And guess what? A lot of the humor that they tried doing did not translate well in 3D. So, you know, like a lot of the, you know, animated looking stuff that,
it's just extremely just feels underwhelming or limited.
yeah. And
Because say what you want about 3D animation, and we're not here to shit on 3D animation.
we're not. As a matter of fact, like, I've said this before, Star Wars Clone Wars is one of my favorite shows of all time. Like, I fucking love that show. I'm talking about the 2008 show. So, like,
We can acknowledge, but we acknowledge that when it comes, but we acknowledge that one advantage that 2D does have is that there is a lot less limitation.
yeah, like,
to what
you're able to have more expression done with 2D animation as opposed to 3D. Not to say that you can't have that with 3D, it's just,
it requires a big budget that a TV network simply either does not have or is not able to put the fund or is not willing to put the funding into.
yeah. And it's very noticeable in this show, especially. So, and yeah, to go back what you're saying, it's fucking disgusting that, like, you know, Hillenberg did not want spin-offs, but immediately 2 years after his death, we get these spin-offs.
Yes.
Like, that
And this
is fucking scummy.
And they owe so much to him. They owe so much of their success to him. And just to completely disrespect him once he's gone, to just completely spit on his memory, actually makes me angry. Like, I tell you this story a lot, Sly, but like my best
just
friend
make it,
growing up my best friend growing up as a child, in childhood, I was friends with him all the way until we graduated. He was not the type to get angry, but he was, only time I've ever seen him angry was when that shit was happening. Only time I've ever seen him actually genuinely angry.
mhm.
And I don't blame him. Like, it's just appalling. So yeah, admittedly, not as bad of a controversy as the Dan Schneider stuff, because that stuff is actually hurting.
It's in the same
people.
category, though, of just fucking
But it
scummy
is the
shit.
same. It's just a level below of just corporate studio, just almost almost robotic, like unhuman behavior.
Yeah.
Just not respecting the art side of anything at all. Anyways.
And you said that we were gonna go away from depressing shit.
Okay, let's talk about Kappa Mikey.
Ha!
There, see, Kappa Mikey.
Yeah, Kappa Mikey.
Kappa Mikey. The fuck is Kappa Mikey?
Well,
And well, because of that, I personally have not watched it.
God damn it.
but I know Sly has some things to say about it.
Yes, I have
I
quite a
just-
bit to say. So,
Yeah.
basically, for those who thought that like Avatar was like the only like like experiment that like Nickelodeon did when it came to like combining East Asian animation with Western animation, that is not the case. As a matter of fact, there's actually quite a few shows that aired on both Nicktoons and Nickelodeon at the time that they experimented with that sort of mixing of like styles. And Kappa Mikey is essentially like that it is like flash animated, but it's heavily inspired by both typical Western animation as well as anime. The whole story.
It's actually one of the few good examples of flash animation.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And they take advantage of the fact that it it uses like it literally is. It's essentially like a parody of like a lot of like popular anime at the time, like Dragon Ball Z and like Sailor Moon, and stuff like that, Pokemon, stuff like that. And granted, I'm not an anime fan. That is more of Saimori's thing. Like in terms of like anime, that's up his alley. But like as someone who at least is aware of like a lot of the inside jokes, because the show is basically just like more of a it's more of a satire, but more of like a respectful satire, because like
it's like an affectionate parody of anime.
Yes, and I think that was done really good, like, and especially since this was around the time whenever like anime was kind of popular, but it wasn't like big anymore. Like it was in a weird transitional phase. So
it wasn't as mainstream as we know it now.
Yeah. Or even like in the late 90s and early 2000s. Just like the mid to late 2000s was just kind of an awkward transitional period from what I've heard.
Anime,
so like,
at least of course for Western in the Western entertainment.
Yeah, in like at least America. Like it was just kind of in this weird transitional phase. And well, admittedly, just kind of in a phase where like not a lot of anime stuff was pretty popular, unless if you were still watching Toonami, and even then Toonami was kind of not doing well. So
not doing well. And
so
also
like
there was kind of a growing stigma around people who watched anime.
Yeah, so like obviously there were exceptions around this time. Like Death Note, I'd say is the prime exception. Bleach as well, in terms of like anime, but like in terms of a show that was more of like just kind of an acknowledgement of like a show that acknowledged anime and was more of a playful satire of it, I can respect it. So I think it's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good. All right. So we brought the mood back up. So let's continue. I'm not gonna ruin it. Let's continue to do so. We're trying to find something that's at the very least okay. We're gonna keep it up. Although the list is getting a little smaller to where it's only either stuff I haven't seen, stuff I hate, or stuff I really, really love that I need that we want to save for more so the end.
Yeah, because we got to end on that positivity.
Yeah, so it's getting a little hard, admittedly.
Yeah, and if you run out of stuff, we can start the speed run round.
Yeah, we can speed run around. I don't want to bring that up yet. Let's talk about oh my god. Get it out of the way. The loud house. Okay. Look,
ooh, loud house.
Sly, this is also another thing where you're gonna have a lot more to say about this because I have seen the Loud House. I've watched it enough to have an opinion. I give it a C tier. It's okay for what it is, especially for what Nickelodeon is putting out at the moment, because it is still going, actually.
Yeah.
But But at the same time, it's just one of those situations where there's nothing I find inherently wrong with a show or a movie, but it just doesn't click. Like it just doesn't really like get to me where I like start to really enjoy it, but it doesn't like do anything where I can say that it's bad or even that it's not good. I acknowledge it's a pretty decent show and a very well made show, but it just doesn't click for me, if that makes sense. I feel like it's more
Well,
so
I'm kind of
just
shocked about that, though, because I feel like this would have been more up your alley.
yeah, because I know it's more so influenced by sort of like comic strips, and sort of
Yeah.
that sort of stuff, which I do appreciate, but it just doesn't click for me. I don't know. It just doesn't really get to me.
Getting back to contrarian Goldie.
Do you want to go back to negative Goldie?
I mean, this is still kind of like, I guess, neutral Goldie.
Yeah, I'm just being neutral. Which
What about?
But you-
I want more positive Goldie, though.
you can't talk about how like, oh, it's so negative when you bring up freaking, after what you just did when you're round 4. or
Okay,
round
but like
3.
but you had a round of negativity. I just try to balance it out, just so that it doesn't seem like you're the only one that's doing it. At least I'm
No, I
trying to
don't.
share a bit of it. But anyways,
Fucking big name. 'Cause
those
I
are
know
fighting
about
words. I will walk into that screen and I'll give you a stern talk.
Go reach through the screen.
Yeah, because I mentioned this before. I'm a wizard.
You're a wizard.
Anyways, I mean, I will admit this. Loud House is kind of overstaying its welcome a little bit, because like it's been
It started in 2016.
yeah, it's
ago.
2023. I mean, Rugrats obviously lasted longer and it ended, but like, I'm kind of
Rugrats
hoping that
kind of-
I'm just kind of hoping that Loud House does end soon, though. Like,
Yeah.
because
Rugrats was kind of a special case, to be fair.
yeah, it's a special case. And admittedly, I haven't seen the show in a while, so like I can't really guarantee if the newer seasons have been like bad, but like those first few seasons that I've seen, yeah, no, it's such a not only is it really good, but also such another breath of fucking fresh air compared to the shit that Nickelodeon was pumping out, by like 2015 and 2016. Like, it actually started to give me a little bit of hope that like maybe they were going to start turning things around. And admittedly, some of these other shows we're going to talk about almost felt like that was going to be the case as well. It just sucks that was a very short-lived late 2010s period. But in terms of what I do remember, I still recommend Loud House. Especially since like it does kind of feel more, it feels more like it has like a life and not completely soulless. And I can tell that like, the people who worked on it, they were passionate about what they were working on. So cool.
Very cool. All right. That's it for me, right? Yes, that's it for me. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let's continue on with a little bit of positivity. More so for me. Speaking of the Loud House,
The Casa Grandes.
yeah, Casa Grandes. This is a very similar show, but it's different enough to where it's its own thing.
The characters are different enough where it still feels unique because it's different. It's a different family, so it's different people.
It's not just that, but also it's not so much so that the gimmick itself is that it's just one boy where like every one of their other siblings are like sisters. It's a bit more different. Like it's more diverse than that.
Because he just lives in an apartment building where her entire family, like extended family, like aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents. So there's a lot more dynamics going on.
Yes. Unfortunately, this did not last long, as it only lasted just 4 months after our initial tier list. So,
Damn.
yeah, this got canned pretty quick. Though I would say that this one's not as good as Loud House. It's still pretty good for what it is. If there's some similar beats. But again, it's different enough. It has the same art style and has a similar sounding premise, but it's still a different show. Like, it does its own thing. You might think it's like you might think it's an initial clone, but it's a bit more deeper than that.
It's not just putting a new coat of paint on something. It's actually
Exactly.
it actually reworks the coding a little bit, so to speak.
Exactly. And it just sucks that, well,
Good.
did not last long.
Okay.
So
I was gonna sneeze.
But
I was gonna sneeze. But
let me get. Did you put this in the don't know or?
I put it in the C tier.
Okay.
I was gonna sneeze, but I held it in because I didn't want to ruin the stream.
You're fine. All right. Well, let's go for. Let's go for another pretty decent show. At least I remember it being decent. Cat Scratch.
Cat Scratch. Man, I barely remember this though.
Yeah, it did not last long at all. I think it only lasted for like 2 years.
This one, I have to kind of put this in the like, on like the. I have to put this in like the sort of not comfortable. Because like I'm not comfortable making an opinion on it because I have not.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna put it in the don't know then. I can't just have too many tiers. Like.
Yeah. Well, no, it is all just one tier for me.
Well, I have don't care separate as don't know didn't watch because like don't know didn't watch to me sounds more like you're just somewhat interested, whereas don't care just sounds like you don't give a fuck. So
okay, well, Cat Scratch is like I watched it, but it's like that was well over a decade ago, so I can't really make a comfortable opinion because I don't even remember if I liked it or not as a kid. That's like how far back we're going. Like I don't even remember if I liked it or not.
Damn.
So I can't even go on like, you know, like this. I can't even go on like what I thought about it at the time. My brain just forgot about it.
Dang.
But I know the premise. It's like 3 cats are owned by a very rich like old lady or something, and they inherit all of her wealth when she dies.
Yes. And yeah, there's some cool moments. So
and there's like the butler and everything.
Yeah.
And like one's like the smart one, one's the dumb one, and the other I don't know what the other is.
But yeah, it's alright. Alright, let's go for something also a bit more obscure, but...
Oh boy.
Welcome Freshmen!
What in the world is Welcome Freshmen? I gotta find that. Where is that?
It was right next to Victorious.
Oh wow, Dad, the title really like.
Yeah, I couldn't find a title card that like was clear enough to see it, so like you have to zoom in.
That's
again, I'll make new pictures at some point. Anyways,
this looks very 90s.
Yeah, it's one of the early 90s sitcoms. I mean, so yeah,
for not seeing this because it's before my time.
Yeah. All I'm gonna say is it's so dumb, but that's why I love it.
It's just 90s cheese.
Yeah, it's 90s cheese, but it's the good kind of 90s cheese.
It's like aged cheddar, I guess.
Yes.
You're saying.
Yes.
Like it's aged, but that almost makes it better.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that it's not a situation where it turns out that like people who were on the show ended up being pieces of shit. I hope not. Please don't do that. I don't want that to ruin. Like, please.
I hope it's not like Zeke and Luther.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that shit. So.
And also King of Kings.
And Corey in the house. But anyways, so there's that. And now
My turn.
no, I
Oh,
got
this is
one
your
more.
last.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got another controversy we got to talk about.
Ugh.
Why can't I think of his name? Damn.
Put in the show. I might know.
Oh. Butch Hartman.
Yeah, Butch Hartman. Like, how'd you forget? Oh, Butch Hart.
I
Okay,
don't
which
know.
one? Yeah, I'm
We're
gonna say
going to choose. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do his best show, Danny Phantom.
Gonna get your box, it's Danny Bantam. Gonna get your box, it's Danny Bantam.
Butch fucking Hartman.
Oh, Butch, you strange little character.
Why you done what you done?
I don't know why you're such a weird guy. I don't know why you're such a. Granted, you're not Dan Schneider.
Yeah,
you're
he's no.
not like.
He's not Dan Schneider, but he's still kind of a piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit, but he's not so much of a piece of shit where you can't acknowledge that his work is like that you feel guilty enjoying his shows though.
I mean,
In my
I guess to a certain extent. At the same time, though, he is the type of person who is very pushy with his beliefs and also fucking called people with ASD like something I'm not gonna say on Twitch because I don't want to fucking get Monka T West. I already had to deal with Monka T West shit earlier today. I don't want to fucking deal with that shit now. Like, so.
But honestly,
yeah, fuck that.
Regardless of all that, though, I'd still put Danny Phantom as an A tier because I think it's far enough for me personally where I just look at it as like, okay, yes, regardless of how goofy Butch Hartman is, he's not. I think it's like it's not so bad where he wasn't the only one who worked on this.
I mean, okay,
to be
fair, if I still like FNAF stuff and I think Scott Cawthon's kind of a fucking, weirdo, then I guess that's fair enough for Butch Hartman.
Because you still got to respect all the other writers and producers, and voice actors, everyone else who worked on the show that, for all we know, isn't like Butch Hartman. And I won't assume that they are because, I don't like to assume terrible shit about people I don't know.
Yeah.
I still think we should still, at the very least, just look at it as acknowledging the work that other people who worked on this show did.
Exactly.
It's not like Butch Hartman did everything. It's not like he was writing it and animated it and voicing all the characters and doing all the music and doing all the
He did do that with one of his shows though, which I thought was hilarious. But
well, yeah. But in this case, we can just be like, yeah, he may have created it, but ultimately a lot of very talented people came together and they made something pretty damn good.
Although, let me remind you of who Butch Hartman is really good friends with.
Seth MacFarlane. Which is weird because Seth MacFarlane is kind of the opposite in terms of his personal beliefs. Because, for one thing, Seth MacFarlane is a very open atheist.
Whatever. Let's not get into this stuff, but that's surprising because he was your arch nemesis for a while.
Yeah.
Anyways,
more so he was more like a funny villain, a villain that you don't really take seriously, but still like a villain.
So since October for me.
It's like Team Rocket. Yeah, they're villains, but they're not evil.
Or
still,
like I said, a band since October.
Since October.
Anyways, or Darwin's Waiting Room. Anyways.
Yeah.
Your turn.
My turn. All right. Well, we talked about Rugrats proper, We talked about Rugrats or Angelica's preschool days, which I
God
just
damn it.
realized is spelled days, like
I have a feeling
dazed.
I have a feeling I know what you're gonna talk about.
Rugrats preschool days, more like the show puts me in a daze.
All right, which one is it?
CGI Rugrats reboot.
Ugh.
Now, I put this in the D tier only because no one talks about this. I forget that this exists. I always keep forgetting that this exists. I just no one.
I don't.
It's literally just, well, except for you. It's literally just like no one cares. Like it's literally just no one cares. I've not heard a single person that I know of like even mention this. Even when it was first.
The only YouTuber I saw who covered it was Saberspark, and he was not a fan.
Yeah, like that's the thing about this. That's kind of why I just put this in like a D tier as opposed to like some people who probably are more personally attached to the original show would put this as like an F. But it's like this just seems like there's nothing to fucking talk about. Like there's just nothing.
Except the fact that they made Grandpa from a World War II veteran into like a hippie.
What? I guess because, like, you know, they don't want it to take place in the 90s anymore. They want it to take place in the 2010s or 2020s.
Yeah.
Which is also another weird issue what comes with the reboots is, like, some time-specific stuff. It's like if they rebooted Hey Arnold for the modern day. It's like, well, Grandpa couldn't be a World War II veteran anymore.
Yeah, he'd have to be either a Vietnam War veteran or a Persian Gulf War veteran. And that would just be kind of...
Unless they wanted to make Grandpa really old. Like I know he's old, but I mean like
yeah, but then he wouldn't kick the guy with the funny mustache. Yeah, he wouldn't kick his ass. He wouldn't kick the guy with the mustache's ass.
He wouldn't have given him a wedgie. Well, he didn't. That was just...
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
He wouldn't have single-handedly won World War II. Or beat World War II. At least on the Western Front.
Whatever. We'll get to that later. But in terms of the Rugrats reboot, I mean... yeah, there's no purpose in this existing. I mean... I guess it's cool that the original creators are working on it, but at the same time, doesn't mean that the original creators are working on it, doesn't mean that it's going to be good.
Yeah, that's a lesson that's actually something that Sly and I talked about the other day.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day, is that like sometimes the original creator of something, they might be able to strike gold back again, other times they may not. And in this case, they did not. So...
like the Rocko's Modern Life movie that came out, that was a case where, you know, the original crew coming back were able to recapture that.
Yes.
That same magic, but that is sadly kind of rare.
It's more like 40-60, I feel like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like, you know, it's super rare, but it's not common.
Yeah, it's not common. It's uncommon.
Yeah.
I'll just say this: there's a saying that I feel like I've coined, and it's just, you can't recreate the good times. That's just what I say. You can't recreate the good times. You can only make new good times.
Yeah.
So just focus on creating new good memory. Don't focus on the past that were good, because it's always not going to be up to the expectations.
Well, yeah, because like people are just gonna set too high of expectations, regardless if it's even good or not. So like, there's
and that's not even just a life lesson for me. That's just a life lesson in general.
But
so that's my life.
All right, so yeah, that was your first one. So
first pick. So now, oh wait a minute, we're not done with everything Rugrats related.
Nope.
I guess we better get the one last Rugrats related thing off the list so we can, I guess, close that chapter. All grown up. Really want to shout it out. Yeah,
God,
I mean,
I did not like this.
as far as Rugrats spin-offs go, it's the 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 better one.
That's still not saying a lot, though. That's the thing.
But that's not really saying much. So, I mean, I kind of like the idea, but because I'm all interested in seeing characters get evolve basically and get older and shit. Like I see the idea, I can see the potential, but also it kind of, but at the same time it's like, well, part of the appeal of Rugrats was that childlike innocence and just that sort of being brought back to a much more pure time.
You know what this is?
So,
like, we've talked about, like, the trend of, like, back in, like, the late 80s and early 90s where, like, they made, like, a bunch of Hanna-Barbera cartoons were, like, being made, but they were, like, kid versions. This is the opposite of that. Like, where like...
They're just, like, in middle school.
Yeah. And...
It's, like, the opposite.
I mean, and that's the thing, is that, like, it's just kind of weird seeing... I wouldn't say weird, but it's just... It's like, how the fuck do you know if, like, these kids are going to... They might as well just be different characters. Because, like...
Yeah, I mean, well, you're not... Who you are when you're 1 is not gonna be anything like who you are when you're, like, 14.
Exactly. So, like...
I mean, when you're a baby, you essentially don't really have a personality.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really start forming a personality until you're like 2 or 3.
So, like, yeah, like, that's the thing, is it's just kind of weird, and again, I never liked the concept, even whenever it was airing. Like, I just thought it was just kind of weird, even as a kid, and now as an adult, I just find it to kind of be just kind of lame. Like,
if the characters in the original were older, then that would make a little more sense because there's something to go off of. There's something in the beginning where you can kind of say, like, yes, this
like, if they were if they were preschoolers, then, like, yeah, that would have made a bit sense, but they're not. Yeah.
Like,
or at least not anyone except Angelica. Angelica's the only preschooler in the original show. So, like...
Yeah, so, like, I mean, that would make sense, but we've seen what happened,
Yeah, and of course, predictably, she's a fucking bitch. So...
Yeah. I mean, if they did something like this with a show like Recess, where, like, it's the main characters, but they're in, like, high school or something, that would make a little more sense, and there'd be more to go off of.
Yes.
There's room, there's a personality to begin with. There's room to grow.
I have no idea what that show would be called, though, because you can't call it Recess.
Study Hall. It's basically the high school equivalent to Recess. It's just Study Hall.
I mean, sure, why not?
Study Hall. Disney, you know what to do. Make it happen.
Please don't. They're gonna ruin it. They already ruined everything else. I don't want them to ruin Recess.
I really hope that this does not age poorly.
I swear to God, you probably already cursed this stream. But anyways, where's All Grown Up going in? Is it C or D?
I put it in D, but it's like a high D. Okay. It's a high D where it's like, I can't call it decent, but I can't call it terrible or even mid. It's like, just like, like, just,
yeah.
Like, at least I can understand where they were coming from, though, with this.
Yeah.
Like, at least I can see the idea. It's just not the right show for an idea like this. I think that's the main point.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Rugrats is just not a good show to use that with.
Exactly.
But okay, now
two more.
Done.
Yeah, two more shows. But you're done with the Rugrats stuff.
Yeah, now we are done with everything Rugrats related. So we're starting to we're starting to close off some chapters here.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, okay, this third one's just gonna be a speed run. The Thundermans. This is just another D tier because this is just kind of, this is one of those weird, kind of like, because it seems like a lot of Nickelodeon's live action sitcoms kind of dipped off after like Victorious came out. Like and Victorious wasn't even that good to begin with, but at the same time, like after Victorious, all of their sitcoms just seemed very similar in quality, and even just similar in general, no matter what the concept was. Even if it was something that on paper sounds different, where it's a family of superheroes, it still just feels the same, and also very cheap. It's simply a little too ambitious of an idea for the budget that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So, if anything, this probably just should have been an animated show.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could have done more with it. Because if you think animation on Nickelodeon, I mean,
yeah, if you think the animation it was pretty fucking bad, the live action stuff, oh boy.
It just seems like lately that their live action shows do not get that much funding. And we will get to the prime example of that soon, but not right now. Because, although we are going to talk about something very similar, and I think it's only fitting that I am the one who brings up this cartoon, because it's in another area of expertise for me.
Oh boy.
So apart from being the cartoon guy and being a cynic, what else is Goldie? What other group does he associate himself with? He draws it all the time. Let's talk about Nickelodeon's #1 furry cartoon.
What?
Also made by that.
Oh!
Also made by that funny little guy, Butch Hartman. Tough. TUFF, because misspelling things is cool. Tough puppy.
Because misspelling things is cool. I should make it a soundboard.
Misspelling things is cool. Okay, I'll just be quite honest. I thought this was like okay as a kid. This was not Kitty Catswell was not my furry awakening, but although she probably was for a lot of other kids. But
that, my friends, is a self-report.
She wasn't. But have you been on DeviantArt lately?
No.
Okay, well, I'm one who kind of, excuse me, keeps up with DeviantArt because I hate myself. And I mean, the show may have been forgotten, but Kitty Catswell still lives on, just on the internet. It's one of those situations.
Lots of drawing. Okay, lots of fucking drawings. Like,
yeah, it's one of those situations where a character comes from like a subpar show, but like they just don't become associated with that show or movie anymore. They just become like an internet character now. So, as much as I'd like to give it a C, because I really don't want to have any more D tiers, because I wish I could have more positive things to say, I'm just gonna have to put this in a D. Granted, a high D, because it's nothing terrible, but also I don't want people to think I'm biased by putting it in a C, like, oh, you're just being forgiving because you think the cat is fucking hot. It's like, no, that's not it. I'm more into wolves and foxes anyways. But cats are still alright. But
I have no stake in this, by the way. I have, like... God.
I am the star of the show for this stream, because this is two areas of expertise to me: furry media and cartoon.
God.
So this is why I was saving this. I mean, as far as Butch Hartman cartoons outside of Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd Parents, this is the one that is not as bad, but it's not exactly great either. It's at the higher end of the D scale.
Okay, my opinions on Tough Puppy. It just exists. I didn't particularly give a shit about it when it came out, so like...
They reran this a lot when I was growing up, so I did watch this quite a lot.
So, I mean... Oh yeah, you put this in D tier, that's right.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, it's okay. But it's just kind of like... Once you... It just has, it has a lot of the same problems that newer Fairly Odd Parents had.
Mm-hmm.
It was a similar style, so which I can't really stand anymore. So if it was alone, like, you know, because of that, because I was already sick of that style, or already am sick of that. It doesn't really help Tough Puppy, which I know might sound a little unfair, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a Butch Hartman art style, so like...
Yeah, well, it's not the art style, it's just like its writing and its humor.
Well, that too. The writing was very fucking weak from what I remember with this.
Yeah,
and
the art style is fine in this one.
It just doesn't look like a show from the 2010s, though. Like, it just feels so 2000s. Which, I mean, to be fair, beginning of that decade, so, like, I mean, I guess, but...
Yeah,
it just feels like it was just late to the party.
Yeah, like, it kind of just, like... Kind of like one of the last of its kind.
Yeah. So
especially it being a spy show, which was a very common thing in the 2000s.
Yeah, like action shows were like the thing in the 2000s. So, which sounds weird that like, oh, why didn't you like this? Since that's kind of the thing. It's because the writing was just super weak, and I just didn't particularly care about any of the characters anyways. They just didn't really appeal to me, like, at all. So, you know. Yeah. Also, again, Butch Hartman's a piece of shit. Don't at me.
Yeah, you don't have as much for... I mean, I don't like Butch Hartman, but I still at least forgive, like...
I forgive him for Danny Phantom. I just don't forgive him about everything else. So,
even Fairly Odd Parents.
You know what? How about we address that? Because that was your last show, right? With Tough Puppy? Puppy? Tough Puppy?
That was Tough Puppy. Yes.
Okay. You know what? Let's
talk about another one of the big ones.
Yeah, let's get... You know what? Let's get actually both of these out of the way, because, like, if I'm going to be honest, I kind of want to speed run through the ones that aren't as big, considering time. So, let's get these two shows out of the way. OG Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob.
Whoa, okay.
All right, we're really doing this. Okay.
Yeah, so... we're doing it now.
Okay,
so...
well, you know the conversation we're gonna have though. Like, you know what we're gonna have to explain, because some people would probably get mad at you, because I know like roughly where you are going to put SpongeBob, at least.
I've already explained it before. So, like, and, like,
well, in case someone new is here.
Okay, so, you know what, how about, you know what, spoilers for my list, I did not put either of these shows particularly high. As a matter of fact, especially after,
stuff.
well, not the Butch Hartman stuff, but with SpongeBob and, like, after the spin-offs, and even, like, just how long that you look at how long SpongeBob has lasted, and just considering everything that has been released since 1999.
Taking all of it into account.
All of it into account. We're not dividing by seasons. We're not dividing this shit by, like, you know, individual sections. I'm not that type. Otherwise, we'd be here for fucking weeks with every one of these shows, because that's not fair.
This isn't like a SpongeBob. If we were doing like a SpongeBob seasons tier list,
that would be
then
different.
if we were making a tier list of all individual seasons, that would be different, and that wouldn't really be a bad idea for a tier list.
That wouldn't
But
be
we're
a
not.
bad idea. The problem is that people. This is something that like is a pet peeve of mine when people do tier lists. Every time that like there's a show that has an obvious point of whenever it lost its way, they like to divide the seasons between those two shows. I am not that type of person. I count everything as a fucking whole.
I'm guilty of this as well. But when we're judging it, if we are going to judge a show as a whole, then unfortunately, as much as it pains me to do it, I kind of have to do it because it's not two individual shows.
Yeah, they are not two different shows. It's the same name going off of the same brand immediately after. It's the same fucking show. I had to explain this shit. I had to explain this shit with my Star Wars tier list, where people were asking me, "Oh, how do you feel about like these different seasons?" Or like, "Oh, how about why don't you just say all three of these movies together?" It's like movies are different because movies are meant to be seen in different parts.
Yeah.
That is why I count them as separate movies, because they were made as separate movies.
The show is meant to be taken consecutively.
Yes, a show is meant to be taken consecutively. So that's why I count all of that as a whole. That is the difference between a TV show and a movie. So
with that into account, where do you rank SpongeBob and Fairly Odd Parents?
I'm just gonna straight up spoil this. I put Fairly Odd Parents in C tier, and I put SpongeBob, when you consider that like only 20% of SpongeBob, from what I did the calculations of what everyone said was objectively good, I put that shit in D tier.
Oh, I do not have the heart to do that. I just put Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob into C tier mostly out of heart. But like, and here's something I like almost mentioned when we were talking about the SpongeBob spin-offs, where as I've said that those kind of also have the same problems as newer SpongeBob.
Yes.
But also I did kind of remember what I considered newer SpongeBob isn't really new anymore.
Yeah, no, like new SpongeBob started in 2005, which was 18 years ago, 2 decades ago.
Yeah, so like that just kind of like the eye opening. That was like the eye opener for me when I
that should put it put into perspective of where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
because you have to keep in mind that what most people consider to be good SpongeBob, the first 3 seasons, was only roughly around 4 to 5 years, depending on who you ask.
1999 to like 2004.
Exactly.
That's a long time ago. That show started before I was born.
Yes.
To take that into perspective.
I mean, technically even started even before I was born. So
yeah, and I'm a fucking college student, and that was out before I was born.
So, and when you consider the fact that there's been a length of time that has been 3 to 4 times as long as what people say is good SpongeBob, and keep in mind, even like what people consider to be good SpongeBob, there's some like episodes that have not aged well at all.
Yeah, there's a couple, not a lot, but a couple that kind of aged poorly.
Yeah,
maybe weren't as good as we remembered them. But to be fair, that's not like it's not a lot. It's not a
lot, but it's just to point out that like even if you want to take out the bad episodes of like that era of SpongeBob and then replace them with what people consider to be good episodes from like 2005 onwards, that's still roughly only about like 20 to 21%. I did the math too, and like
do the math.
Yeah, I do the math. Fucking goddamn Atari. Like I legit, like I went on and looked at every single episode of like every single season that was released a couple of months ago, and I only got like fucking, I think it was like 21% of like what people consider to be good SpongeBob was like good. compared
Did
to
like a pie
80%.
He did like a Pie Guy Rules. He did what he's been doing. What he did.
Like, again, as much as, like, and this is coming from someone who does appreciate, you know, the original era of SpongeBob. You know, that first,
Yeah,
you know, the early 2000s.
I
Like,
I own SpongeBob T-shirts. Like I have the entire third season, which is my favorite season.
Mhm.
I respect it a lot. I wish that the show ended back after like the movie came out, or at the very least after like season 5, or even season 6. Even though season 6 is probably one of the worst in my opinion, even if it ended after that, I would have.
yeah, it would. The quality would have been so much fucking better.
The
Like,
balance would have been way more.
Yeah, no. If it ended at like even at season 6, I would feel way more comfortable putting it in B tier. Hell, maybe even A tier. But
Yeah,
because it lasted for so long, and it's still going on, by the way, and we're so far removed from what people consider to be the best of SpongeBob, I have to be the fucking man who has to step down and say that I'm sorry, but SpongeBob as a whole kind of sucks.
Yeah, and it
Like,
it hurts. All right, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Okay?
I don't want to do it either. But like, even I know you aren't willing to have the fucking balls to say it, but I am.
Yeah,
so
please trust us when we say this. We don't want to say this. Like we're not.
I don't want to say it either.
Yeah, we're not doing this just to make you like just to make you sad.
This stream's not going to be popular. God.
No, people are gonna kill us, dude. Like we're gonna die.
I mean, I've already gotten so much shit from Steven Universe and 21 Pilots fans. I am not excited to see what SpongeBob fans are gonna react to.
Dude, people are gonna kill us, man. Like if you don't hear from me at all, like if you don't hear from me at all, like next week, then like they might have got it.
So yeah, like I'm sorry to put down the truth bomb. I don't want to do it. Like I genuinely don't. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna say this. If you still like SpongeBob, even regardless of the fact, then I am not going to.
Which I still do.
I'm not gonna, you know, shit on your parade. As a matter of fact, you can go ahead and continue to like SpongeBob, because I totally get the appeal. And truth be told, the best of SpongeBob is so damn good that, like, honestly, I don't blame people for you know, forgetting about the rest of it.
Yeah, like we were watching it. We were watching it, like I believe last month.
We were watching it last month, and like, yeah, there were some fucking bangers we watched. It just sucks that like
it has to be ruined by an
corporate greed.
Of just underwhelming.
Yeah, it results. It's because of corporate greed, and unfortunately, kind of leads to credence to what I was saying earlier. Is that like maybe there was just some sketchy shit happening in Nickelodeon, like even during its golden years, which makes me scared and sad.
Yeah.
So.
So
now for Fairly Odd Parents, it's mostly the same thing, except I feel like there's been a longer period where it was generally fine. I'd say from 2001 up until 2008, it was good.
Strangely enough, Fairly Odd Parents' sort of golden age was longer than SpongeBob's, but unfortunately for Fairly Odd Parents, unlike SpongeBob where the crash was a little more gradual, Fairly Odd Parents, when they crashed hard.
Yep.
Which just like enough to equal amount of damage as SpongeBob did. So like
at least it did end until well
kind of.
We'll get to it, don't worry. But in terms of the original show, that's over. So
yeah, it's kind of over.
Yeah.
And it's almost like Fairly Odd Parents grew more, like you could tell they were more desperate. Where SpongeBob was just kind of doing whatever the hell the studio wanted it to do. It was just playing shit mostly by the numbers.
Yes.
Fairly Odd Parents was kind of like it was drowning and desperately clinging on to anything it could to stay afloat.
Yeah.
They were doing all the ratings traps to try and keep its head above water, which only proceeded to worsen their situation.
Yeah.
It's like when they say, like, when you're drowning, it's best to stop freaking out because you're just gonna tire yourself out. To keep up the water metaphor, even though we're talking about Fairly Odd Parents, not SpongeBob, but it fits.
Yeah. So yeah, that like, unfortunately, similar fate. A little bit better overall, but again, the stuff that sucks really sucks. So, all right. Well, I mean, considering like the time, and considering that I doubt you've seen a lot of these shows, I think we should probably just like speed through a lot of these.
Yeah, let's speed through some of this.
Okay, so I'm gonna spare these 3 in the back, so I don't fuck up. Alright, so I'm gonna just get a lot of the smaller stuff out of the way. So, let's do it. Alright. 100 D's at Eddie McDowd.
Don't know.
Okay. Valid. It's kind of boring. Super late 90s to early 2000s, but like no one really remembers because it's just, nah.
I can't even find it.
Yeah. Kid Danger, the
cartoon.
The cartoon.
I guess to bring it back to what I was saying about the Thundermans, where it would have been better as an animated series, I guess I'm gonna have to take that back because this wasn't good either. It was about just as bad as the sitcom. And I know
different
Henry
show.
Danger is, yeah, it's from Henry Danger, but similar concept. I can and like even their costumes are kind of similar with them both being blue, so I can kind of understand where someone would get confused. But yeah, we're speed running, not very good.
What tier?
Like D.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find Kid McDowd.
It's the very first one with the dog.
Oh, okay, with the dog. All right, well, didn't watch.
Yeah, I'm going like from like row to row. So like.
Okay.
Yeah, we're speed running this one.
Yeah,
all
we're
right.
Speed running because
all
there's
right.
plenty of stuff we still want to talk about.
Okay, Adventures of Pete and Pete.
Pete and Pete. It's okay. But I haven't seen enough of it to really have a comfortable opinion.
Okay, don't know, didn't watch. Alvin.
I fucking hate Alvin and the Chipmunks, so it goes into an F tier because it was goddamn everywhere for me as a kid, and I never liked it. Never liked the movies, never liked the show, never liked the music. Definitely didn't like this, especially because this came out when I was like 13. I don't understand why this dumbass thing from the fucking 50s is still relevant.
I don't know either.
I get it in the 50s, like being able to pitch shift your voice was like, whoa, cool. But it's, it's the fucking, when did this come out? Like 2019?
I think 2015.
It is fucking 2015. Being able to pitch shift your voice is not exactly impressive anymore. I don't understand why it stayed around so long. I don't understand how it survived into the 80s, let alone the freaking 2010s.
Yeah, who knows? I'm pretty sure we already know where this is going. Angela Anaconda.
That's an F tier, and I'd rather not fucking talk about this.
Need I say more? Go watch our original list. It's the first one we covered. It's bad.
Really? This was the first cartoon that you brought up in the original list?
I didn't bring it up. Zombie brought it up. What? That was not me. That was them.
Blame Zombie.
Anyways, Bucket Skinner's Epic Adventure.
I don't know what that is, but I feel like I'm glad I don't know what that is, judging by that title.
I'll just put it in don't care.
Where even is that?
It's the red, yellow, and blue font thing. It's the guy with the red shirt and the flannel.
A kid with a red shirt and flannel. Oh, here it is. Look at these guys. It's like some weird, like it's like a band of some kind from like the late 2000s.
I mean, this was 2011, so, you know.
It looked like a late 2000s, like Midwest emo band.
Rude. Take that back.
Well, what's a genre that you don't like then that I can do?
I guess
Okay,
post-grunge.
fine. Okay, they look like a bad Midwest emo band. There, I clarified.
No, post-grunge. Bad post-grunge.
Okay, fine. Well, we're not talking about music. We're talking about cartoons.
No, take it back. I'm not continuing until you take it back. It's my show.
They look like a bad late 2000s post-grunge band.
There you go. Okay. All right, Brain Surge.
Brain Surge. This is what I grew up with. It was okay. I just put this in a C because I don't know. It's okay.
All
It's
right.
the only Nick game show I grew up with, so I'm probably just biased. Not that I like it, but it's like I remember enjoying it as a kid. I probably would still enjoy it to a certain extent now. Alright.
The Ugly Martians.
Yeah. Let's just put that in the F tier. I feel like with the name,
I
like,
titled
Ugly Martians,
yeah.
I feel like that just explains itself. I feel like that's just the show letting you know, like, yeah, we suck. Like, yeah, we suck. Alright, let's keep speed running.
Bunsen is a beast.
Alright, we can, well, with that, we can actually close off all the Butch Hartman chapter.
Not yet, but
Not yet. What do you mean? What else is here? I'm just not familiar with one of them. Whatever, we'll get to it. Bunsen is a beast. This kind of fucking sucked. This is an F.
Clarissa.
Also, it had a.
Oh.
Also, they did do a crossover with Fairly Odd Parents, and it is literally. I'm not gonna like go with an in-depth review of it, but all I'll say is it's literally everything you don't do when you do a crossover. Watch the Timmy Jimmy Power Hour instead. Any one of them. Much better spin-offs. Or not spin-offs, much better
Crossovers.
crossovers.
Alright. Clarissa explains it all.
Before my time.
Okay.
But I've heard positive things.
Fuck, I forgot the name of the show. Cousin Skeeter.
Cousin Skeeter. I don't know. I don't know. I've heard the name, but I didn't know it was about a puppet. So, like, I was really confused. I was like, what? Why is there like a puppet?
Well, that's the gimmick.
Why isn't he just a normal guy?
I don't know. Why is one of the kids from Crash and Bernstein a puppet as well?
Well, because it's supposed to be like he made a puppet. I don't know.
Damn, I am never referencing that ever again. The Dude Perfect Show.
Just like a D, because like even when that show came out, no one really cared about Dude Perfect anymore, because trick shots were kind of just like a trend on the internet for a while.
The Haunted Hathaways.
I don't care. Just a D. I
Okay.
just don't care. And also, again, same problem with things like the Thundermans and Henry Danger. It's just a concept that they don't have the budget to do correctly. You'd like to have like a proper supernatural like thing. They just don't have the budget for that.
Yeah.
I hate to be like the stickler and be like, "Oh, you need money," but
Whatever. All right, the strange or fucking whatever. The Journey of Alan Strange.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a fucking weird. It was one of their first dramas from the late 90s. It's super obscure, admittedly. About some kid
What
who's
is
an
it?
alien.
What is it called again?
The Journey of Alan Strange.
More like Doctor Strange.
My god. Kablam!
Kablam! I guess like a C because it was kind of cool, but it was more like an experiment, right? Like,
Yeah, it was an experimental show from like the mid late 90s. So I mean,
put
if
that
you're
as like a C.
if you're interested in like different animation styles, I recommend you watch it because it experiments with that sort of stuff. But like, it's not for everyone, and it's very basic in terms of its showcasing. So trust me, it could have been way cooler. Kung Fu Panda: Legends of Awesomeness.
I mean, it's not as good as the Penguins of Madagascar show, but it wasn't. It could have been a lot worse, so I would just put this in a C. Which
Yeah.
I'm also realizing there is not many things on the B tier for me.
There's not many things for B or A, or even there's nothing in S so far.
We'll get to the end. Don't worry, there's S tier. There is definitely some S tiers,
Okay.
even though it's probably very obvious what those S tiers are.
All right.
Alright. Let's keep speed running, and so we know for sure we're done with the bullshit.
All
We
right.
can get to the stage that we can
Making
actually talk about.
Fiends.
Making Fiends. I have to find that because I don't know what that is.
It's right next to Korra.
Let's get to that later.
It's the blue and green girl.
I have no idea what this is.
Okay. High School Moguls. I doubt you know.
I don't know what this is. God damn it! I feel like we're this. If you want to skip this in like the stream archive, there should be like a timestamp.
Yeah, I mean, I re-upload all these on YouTube anyways, so like I'll make timestamps.
Yeah, you should just put a timestamp, and this one's like filler.
All right. Monsters versus Aliens, the show. Yes, this had a show.
Yeah, this had a show. People forget about it. Even I forget about it sometimes.
Except me, because
This
again,
was-
lives rent free.
This is like a D because this was not of all three of the DreamWorks movies that were made into a spin-off show. This is on the lower end of the spectrum. You start with the high end with Penguins, then you go with mid tier with Kung Fu Panda, and then you get the lower tier with Monsters vs. Aliens.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, Monsters vs. Aliens is like, well, for one, makes no sense to have it be spin-off because it wasn't really that good of a movie to begin. It was, of all three of the movies that they did, this
Yeah.
was the worst movie. Although, to be fair, Kung Fu Panda was the best movie. Like the one where the original movie was the best. Still,
But whatever.
the Madagascar series was a little rocky, but it made sense. Again,
Alright.
it made sense.
Alright, anyways. My dad the rock star.
I mean, isn't Gene Simmons in this?
No, he created it.
Then I put this in like F because I won't put it in F. Put this in D because I fucking hate Gene Simmons.
Yeah. And I got peer pressured into saying that this show was okay in our initial tier list. I'm not gonna feel peer pressured here. The show isn't very good. It's a run of the middle show. It's not even about the fucking rock star. It's about the fucking kid of the rock star, which is dumb.
Yeah, boring.
All right, pig, goat, banana, cricket.
Pig, goat, banana, cricket. This, I hate this. This is a fucking F tier. I'm sorry. This is just. It's like, what were you trying to do? It's like if you took a 1930s cartoon and you gave it fucking fentanyl. Like, ew. Why is everyone's nostrils so big? Of all the things to exaggerate on a character,
Okay, speed run.
you choose
Speed,
the nostrils.
okay, whatever. Robot and Monster. No, this is not a Nick Jr. show. This is a Nickelodeon proper show. It looks like a Nick Jr. show, but it's not.
This was D because no one really fucking cared about this. I know they really liked bacon. I remember that.
The World of Alex Mack.
I didn't watch this, but I know this is fairly popular.
It's fucking weird.
She has like superpowers or something, I think.
Yes, she has superpowers.
Superpowers.
The Smurfs show. This version of Smurfs.
When did this come out?
2019, I think.
People still care about the Smurfs?
Enough for it to get a show.
I mean, this isn't as bad. I mean, the Smurfs isn't as bad as, Alvin and the Chipmunks, but it's another one of those things where, like, it's an old cartoon where if you stop to think about it, it's like, is this really, like...
Also, it's weird that this was on Nickelodeon because that was a Hanna-Barbera thing.
Yeah, and Cartoon Network is, like, the people who... They have a relationship with Hanna-Barbera. But...
Who fucking knows?
I don't know. I didn't.
I saw this on the Nickelodeon thing. I have no idea about the fucking relationship. Again, fucking movie. The relationships between companies are fucking weird. Like,
yeah, like I don't know.
Yo,
I don't know. I don't care about the Smurfs.
Okay.
I never really cared. So this is just like an I don't care situation.
Okay.
I just don't understand how it survived this long. Again, it's one of those situations.
Yes. All right, Tina. Or Tina.
Tina. Where's Tina?
It's the first one with a T.
Oh, I don't know what this is.
Okay, don't know. All right, Tak versus the Power of Juju, based off the hit classic video game from 2003.
Oh yeah, the hit game. They really wanted to make this a thing back then.
Yes, they did in the mid 2000s. I was there to see it, and
I was there to see it as well, and it sucked ass. This is an F. If no one remembers it. I would have put it in a D if it was just the TV show, but also this was also just a clear marketing attempt. Like to just artificially
I don't know why he was a thing with, like, because again, keep in mind they were trying to be like the next big platformer series too. And like, I mean, to be fair, some people like the games, but like, he's no fucking Jak and Daxter. He's no fucking Crash Bandicoot. He's no Spyro. And I'm not even the biggest Crash fan either. So like, he's not on that level. It's like your C or D tier level, like, platformer. But yeah, no, the show wasn't very good. Were you gonna say something?
No, you pretty much summed it up.
Okay. Talia in the Kitchen, aka the fakest show I've ever seen in my life.
I'll take your word on it and just put it in a D tier then.
Yeah, I mean, considering that they're supposed to be in high school, it's surprising that they don't look depressed. So, that's all I gotta say about that.
You can say that about a lot of high school settings, though.
But this show is, like, overly happy. Like, it's way too happy.
High school's so fun.
Not my fucking high school. I fucking hate high school more than I did middle school, and that's saying a lot. Anyways,
I hated my school in high school, so yeah.
The Troop. A really dumb
The
name.
Troop.
Like,
The Troop.
that's
Not
just
Goof
a
Troop.
that's just a dumb name.
Not Goof Troop, but the Troop.
Yes. This came out around the same time as House of Anubis.
Oh, okay. Well, then I probably don't care.
Okay.
What if one of these shows I don't care about is something that I will like obsess about? Like, what if one of these is like something that's gonna like change my life and I just don't know it yet? That'd be fucking stupid. Move on.
2012's TMNT.
I mean, this was okay, but I never really was interested in TMNT. But I still watched this because like I had no other choice because there's nothing else on probably. I give this like a C tier. This was okay.
Alright.
I've heard some people say that this is one of the best TMNT shows. Like I know amongst TMNT fans, this is a very popular.
I think the one that came after is way better.
So where would you put the one that came after?
We'll talk about that one, because it's on this list.
Well, okay, so this is not something to speed run through.
Yeah, no. True Jackson VP.
I remember the title, but I remember commercials, but I remember absolutely nothing about what the show was about.
It's about a teenager who runs like a supermodel like thing. Like
she's like a teenager.
Yes.
She doesn't have a degree, dude.
Well, she does now.
Neither.
She owns a business now.
Well,
she owns a fashion business now.
Isn't it elite? Is there like some kind of law that like says you can't really own property until you're like 18?
Well, not in this show.
Okay, well, I don't care then. This show's unrealistic. I hate it.
I just remember, I remember the most I remember about this show is just the commercial saying True Jackson VP in that specific tone too.
Exactly. That's all I remember is just like I remember like hearing people say that, but I don't remember anything else about it. I just remember True Jackson VP. Like, all right, that's all I remember about it, and that's such a '90s. That's like such a '90s.
It's a 90s thing, but it came out in 2008. Which I guess
such like a 90s,
which
like,
I guess that proves my point that the 90s and 2000s are more similar than people are willing to admit, but that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, it's such like a 90s movie thing where it's like this kid owns a business now or this kid becomes a millionaire. It's like a 90s thing too. I don't know why they thought like people would care in fucking 2008.
Especially during a time of not great economic time, but that was a whole other conversation. Anyways, Unfabulous.
You bet your ass you're unfabulous.
So what, you just didn't watch, or just don't care?
It's like a D tier because this was kind of silly.
Oh.
I'm dumb.
Do you even remember what this is about?
I feel like it's if I remember anything, it's very similar to a lot of mid to lower grade like Nickelodeon teenage sitcoms.
I mean, valid.
I mean, sometimes they have a different gimmick, but ultimately it's the same goddamn thing.
Yeah, sure, I guess. All right, welcome to the Wayne.
Welcome to the Wayne. What the fuck is the Wayne? What, the Wayne Manor?
I think it's a hotel.
I don't know.
I don't know.
The Wayne Hotel.
Okay.
Sorry, but I prefer the what's the hotel in Sweet Life of Zack and Cody?
Fuck, I can't remember the name. The Tipton. Yeah.
Tipton. I prefer the Tipton Hotel.
I'd
rather stay in the Tipton Hotel.
I mean, yeah. Yakety Yak.
Yakety Yak. I don't know. I didn't watch this, but I do like saying the name. Yakety Yak. Fuck me. Where is the Wayne? Wayne's World.
All right,
Party Town.
young Dylan.
Young Dylan. What about old Dylan? Is there a different show related to Dylan, or is it just young Dylan?
It's just young Dylan.
Okay, so it's not like young Sheldon,
No.
or like it's. Okay, well I don't know. This looks
Okay, well,
very new.
Yeah, it's something
looks-
relatively new. What's it called?
This looks like it's from the 2010s. Like
Oh, it's Tyler Perry's young Dylan. Okay.
Well, I don't fucking like Tyler Perry, so like
Okay.
I don't understand Tyler Perry.
So don't care.
Don't care. I still can't find Welcome to the Wayne.
Damn. Alright, fucking, and I'm pretty sure you haven't watched any of these.
Oh, it's a cartoon. Okay. Well, I thought it was live action. Okay.
No, it's not. Okay. And I'm pretty sure you've not watched either of these Yu-Gi-Oh series. Yes, that does mean that Yu-Gi-Oh is the only series to ever appear on Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel. That's a fucking rare. That's a fucking rarity right there.
Yeah, that is like that's an eclipse. That's like a solar eclipse.
Yeah, that's. Who would have thought?
I'm actually kind of impressed.
Who would have thought a fucking anime owned by Konami appear on all 3 networks?
It's like when it's like how like
that's a fucking streak right there.
Yeah, it's like how seeing Jupiter in the sky is very rare. Like it only happens like once every few years.
Yeah.
Like, cause that's kind of what that's like. It's like it's just like a that's like a once in every like fucking 10-year thing.
Okay. All right. I think
We're almost done with the filler. Oh.
No, we got all the filler done. It's just a matter of what you consider filler.
Legends of whatever this is. I can't read the lower part.
What?
It says Legends. There's like a temple.
I already put that. Legends of the Hidden Temple. I already put that. You said you don't know.
Oh, okay. Must have forgot about that because I think we were going too speed runny. Okay, well, Martin. I don't know what that is.
Oh, that was one of Fred's other shows.
I was gonna say, is that Fred?
Yes.
I don't know what his real name is.
Lucas.
Well, I know his real name is. Yeah, or Lucas. Yeah, is Lucas something.
That was his other show.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Yakety Yak didn't watch. We got a little. Okay, let me take a look. All right, yeah, we're kind of through. Yeah, I say we're comfortably through. Okay, there's one more filler. Super Ninjas.
Oh, that's not filler on my part. That is definitely not filler for me.
Okay, so should I start? I don't know.
You can start with it. I've got so much God.
I have judging by your reaction, I'm gonna say this is like a D tier. I'm just gonna take your word for it on this account.
It fucking sucks. Oh my god. I mean, it's another instance of another show that has a really dumb name. Like, it's not Super Ninjas, it's Super Ninjas. Because again, may I remind you, in the eyes of corporate executives, misspelling things is pretty fucking cool.
I like misspelling things.
Also, this is an example of another one of their action shows that just... And again, I've talked about this. I prefer action shows, but holy fucking shit. This was a drag. Like...
Not very good action.
Not very good action. Piss poor writing. A story that makes no fucking sense. Basically think Randy Cunningham 9th grade ninja logic.
9th grade ninja.
Yes, we're going back. God, every fucking terrible thing is connecting to everything. But whatever. Think like that logic, where it's like,
But at least that show was animated, so it had a lot more. You could do a lot more with you could have much better action.
Yeah, and at least it had a little bit of magic in it, with Yonan Vasquez being at least associated with that project. He didn't do like, he did like the rough draft. Yeah, he did the character designs. He didn't do the animation. He did the character designs. So at least that had that going for it, but this has nothing going for it at all. And no, George Takei cannot save this. So
George Takei.
You remember Red Alert 3? Fucking like
No.
We watched all those cutscenes. Whatever. He was a famous actor, like, and he's in a lot of things. He's fucking great. Unfortunately, his talent's wasted here because he's like a mentor character.
Aww.
So, and yeah, they also have Kid from Kid and Play, which is the weirdest fucking thing ever.
I don't even know what Kid and Play is.
Early mid-90s rap group. Like they brought in a lot of just fucking weird like celebrity
It's like it's like one of those weird like fan fiction crossovers.
Yeah. They even brought in like the wrestler The Big Show on here. Like as like the main villain. Like, it's fucking weird. They basically brought in a bunch of like popular people from the 90s and put them into an action show as like, major support characters for these three. Like,
all the executives are like fucking 60 years old.
Yeah, and it
in like 1983.
Yeah, and guess what? It fucking sucks. Don't watch it. It's the prime example of how Nickelodeon, especially by the early 2010s, did not know what the fuck they wanted to do.
It is not very super.
Don't ever fucking say that ever again.
Don't it? If you want to keep your career, if you want to keep your fucking career, you don't say that shit ever again.
Okay.
You want to keep your fucking life, bro? Don't say that shit ever again.
Alright, what's your next pick?
My next pick is a let's get this out of the way, Mr. Meaty. I think this is there's Cousin Skeeter. Other than Cousin Skeeter, I guess this is the only like puppet show.
Yeah, the only other puppet show on here.
I guess this is the only show on Nickelodeon that is fully puppets and not just like live action with a puppet. It's everyone's a puppet. This was honestly kind of creepy. Like it's almost kind of funny how it's almost kind of funny how cursed it is, but at the same time, there's nothing really charming about it that makes me like think like, yeah, you should.
I'm surprised this show hasn't become like a meme.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't, because this one is really fucking silly.
Yeah, I feel this feels like this is like just a meme. Like,
yeah.
I don't know, maybe in like 2 to 5 years that will happen, but
So I put that in like a D tier because ultimately, like, it's kind of, if you want to watch something that's like kind of cursed and be like, what the fuck? Then like, yeah, you should watch it.
I mean,
other than just being like a little prank for yourself, I can't really say there's anything else you can get from this.
All I'm gonna say is that like I'll at least give them props for trying something different, because like, I mean, it does stand out from the rest of the thing. Like
from everything else that is on this, like all the other pictures, this thing definitely stands out. It catches your eye. Like,
so, like, I'll give them that. At least they tried to experiment with something, even if it failed. So.
I'd rather see like a failed experiment with actual effort and like someone who was passionate about an idea than just corporate garbage like fucking Camp Corral.
Yeah.
I'd rather see someone just like have an experiment and fail, even if that experiment is terrible.
Yeah.
At least there's still that creative spirit that you can recognize.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make it good? No, but at least you can like say like, yeah, well.
At least they tried. Sure. Like.
Yeah, at least you tried.
Alright, what's next?
What's next on the list? I want to get this out of the way, actually, because this is not Planet Sheen. F. F,
Yep.
F, 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 E, F, 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 F tier. Not how you do a spin-off. This is why you do not make spin-off. This is why you typically do not make spin-offs of the comic relief character. Unless you decide to do a Better Call Saul and give that character more nuance. But they clearly did not try it. They did not really do anything. They just thought they could take a popular character and give him his own show, which almost historically never fucking works. And for some reason, I feel like the CGI in Planet Sheen is worse than in Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, it is.
Maybe it's just because the designs are, like, the character designs are way worse. But, like, I feel like this is somehow, despite it coming out after Jimmy Neutron, this looks worse than Jimmy Neutron. This is one of those things where, like, I don't recognize Planet Sheen as canon. I feel like this is, like, a weird fever dream. This is a weird, like, fever dream that, like, Sheen had.
Yeah.
Alright, we got that out of the way, because I fucking hate Planet Sheen. Even when it came out, I fucking hated it, because I love Jimmy Neutron as a kid.
You got one more.
Well, while we're on the topic of getting things out of the way, we're not quite done with this chapter yet, but when we said we'd take a break, and break time's over, boys and girls. iCarly. Now,
Oh boy.
has a lot of the same problems that we've addressed with a lot of the other Dan Schneider stuff, as well as the additional controversy that has recently come out, I believe this year, with Jeanette McCurdy, the actress who played Sam, coming out with her story of being abused not only by her mother during the production of iCarly, but also by members of the set, by other crew members on the set of iCarly, and she has also implied, granted for the safety, for the privacy of other actors involved, has also implied that this abuse was not exclusive to her, but to other members of the cast. I'm not gonna name names because, if Jeanette wants to keep them private, then I'm not gonna go tabloid.
Yeah, we're not gonna fucking say anything unless if they're gonna be public about it.
Yeah. If Jeanette McCurdy wants to keep things private, then I'm not going to assume anything. And that's really unfortunate because even though iCarly did kind of teeter off in the last couple seasons, its first few seasons was still genuinely pretty funny. Even if some of them had some pretty bad episodes here and there, there's still some moments that are still very funny to this day. I feel really bad for all the cast members involved. At least this is a case where, like, all the cast members involved weren't awful people. They were just exposed to awful treatment.
Yep.
So that makes it really hard to enjoy it. So I put this in a C tier because of that, because, at least it's not like a Drake and Josh thing where the actors aren't to blame, so I can superficially watch it and still enjoy it.
I hope that statement stays true.
Yes, I hope that statement stays true. And you know what? I know this isn't my pick, but can I just make a recommendation so we can just kind of, like...
I think I already know what it is. Is it Sam and Cat?
Yes. Can we just, I just want to make a recommendation. Can we just talk about it so that we don't have to talk about any more of this Dan Schneider bullshit anymore?
Well, okay, with that in mind, I'll get rid of the rest of the Dan Schneider bullshit, which will be Sam and Cat, Victorious, Game Shakers, Henry Danger, and Zoe 101.
Yeah, let's just get all these out of the way. Sam and Cat, that's an F tier. Even regardless of all this shit going on in the background.
Yeah, no, I fucking hated this even, but despite all that.
This show sucked. This doesn't even have the privilege of, at least being a good show on the surface level. Even if there wasn't controversy around Dan Schneider and everything behind the scenes, this would still be an F tier.
Yep.
All right, Naked Brothers Band. This show
Not
kind
naked. Not Naked Brothers Band. Victorious,
okay.
Game Shakers, Henry Danger, and Zoe 101. Those are the last ones.
All right, Zoe 101. This was like I was too young for this. I was not interested in live action teenage drama at that time because I was a child. I was a little child. I was more interested in watching SpongeBob and Fairly Odd Parents and fucking all the cartoons. Watching like Jimmy Neutron, like. I was just much more interested in cartoons. I was a little too. I think I was just too young for to really care for most live action stuff at the time.
Yeah.
So Zoe 101 is just kind of a just didn't watch thing. Although there is a Zoe 102 coming out.
As I've heard. I mean, they brought back
Zoe's
iCarly. They're gonna bring back Zoe 101. So.
Yeah, Zoe's having. I think it's a movie though. It's Zoe 101. Basically, Zoe's having one of those like. She's having a quarter life crisis where she's like, oh my god, I'm in like my late 20s and like everyone's getting married and like I've done nothing with, or like everyone's done something with their, not getting married, but it's like, oh my god, I'm in like my late 20s, I'm almost 30 and like all my friends have done shit with their lives and I've done nothing. That's the plot, I think, of that. Zoe's having a quarter life crisis. It's like, great, I'm almost 30 and I feel like I've done nothing with my life.
Damn.
What a happy movie.
God damn it. Alright. Victorious, Game Shakers, or Henry Danger?
Victorious, because I've actually seen that. I mean, there's a couple funny moments. Like, there's some characters I like I like Andre and like, fucking like Robbie, the dude with the puppet that looks like Andy Samberg. Like, I like Andre and his grandma.
I mean,
like, that's kind of
that was pretty funny.
There's a helicopter in the living room. Grandma, that's the ceiling fan. It doesn't sound funny, but the performances with like some of these actors are really funny. And this was kind of, Ariana Grande's big debut.
Yes, this was the beginning of Ariana Grande's career.
And I mean,
whether you love her or hate her, you can't deny this is where she began. So
I don't care for her music, but she seems like a decent enough person. So like, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. Good for her. She was able to be one of the few people who find success after being on a fucking live action Nickelodeon thing.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny because she was like just a supporting character and not like the main character who they actually intended to have a singing career off of. I
have no idea what she's even doing now.
Yeah, what Victoria Justice is actually doing.
Yeah,
Nickelodeon, she made some songs that Nickelodeon tried to push. So it's really funny that it's like, no, it was the person who kind of just like was like a supporting character that actually had the better mainstream career.
Damn.
I guess it's like that old saying, like just like kind of keep quiet and like beware the silent ones. Even though Kat was like the dumb one, but you know what I mean. In the sense of like she was the
I know what you mean. Okay, where are you putting this?
I put this as like a D, but like a high D because it has a couple good moments. But
damn, you made it sound like you were gonna put it in C.
Nope. I constantly surprise people. All right, what's next? Game Chasers.
God, I just realized you only have 6 things above like a C. Like, damn. Okay, yeah, sorry. Game Shakers and Henry Danger.
Don't blame me, blame the executives. Blame Nickelodeon.
Have you seen either of these?
Game Shakers. I've seen Game Shakers, or this is just Nickelodeon just trying to cash in on, Let's Play and gaming content becoming very popular online.
It's awful. I'm just gonna be blunt.
Yeah,
it's fucking awful.
Don't watch it. No one cared for it. Poor representation of like
gaming culture and
poor representation of gaming culture because it's a bunch of fucking 50 like guys in their 50s like asking their kids like, what do you game, like, oh, because the only games that 50-year-olds play is like mobile games. So like it's like everyone's playing mobile games.
Yeah, and this, along with another show that I've not pointed out yet, but we'll get to in a little bit, I consider to be some of the worst shows I've ever seen in my life because they completely misrepresent two separate aspects of the things that make me who I am. So,
What's the last one?
Henry Danger
I mean,
with
similar.
Captain Man.
Captain Man. That sounds like it would be like, you know, like a superhero for like a cartoon. Like really, really big man in like Rocko's Modern Life.
Or like the Toast Man from, or like the Toast Man from Ren and Stimpy or something like that.
Yeah, Powder Toast Man.
Yeah.
Hey, where's the new issue of Really, Really Big Man?
I mean, what's your tiering for this fucking piece of shit?
D, because there's like nothing.
All
Okay.
right.
I think we've gotten through all the goddamn filler. Almost every one of these of what we've got left, I actually can talk about.
All
Thank
right.
God. This is when the stream gets interesting.
And we made
This
you
is
guys
when it-
watch 4 hours of filler.
Yeah, we made you watch 4 hours of. That's 4 hours of your life that belong to fucking us now.
All right.
Well,
Okay, so technically, since I chose all of those, you get to choose the next ones.
That's my evil laugh. Even though it sounds very nerdy. That's
I
my
know what
evil
you're gonna
laugh.
choose if you're gonna fucking laugh like that. I swear to God.
You made me suffer with bringing up the big Nate out of nowhere.
Never mind.
make
I'm gonna
you
choose
suffer.
from now on.
I'm gonna make you suffer with rocket power.
Nah, we're doing all
know.
real monsters.
No, we're talking.
It's my show. It's my
Said
rules.
You said I was the start of the show at the beginning of the stream.
It's my. Ultimately, it's my show. My rules.
Fine, we'll talk about real monsters.
You gotta at least have somewhat of a positivity. Even if you don't particularly care about this, I thought this one was fine.
Yeah, I don't care. So this goes to the don't care.
Damn.
I didn't watch it. I've never seen it. And this is like a Nicktoon that I don't really hear many people talk about.
I mean, to be fair, it ended like 26 years ago, so, you know.
Give me credit. I'm still a baby, alright?
You weren't even, like, whatever. Alright, fucking...
I don't even think my parents were married when this show came out.
Wild Thornberries.
I love the Wild Thornberries. Smashing. That is a B tier. Finally, after fucking like 3 hours, I can put something on the B tier.
Hey, congratulations! You put something in B tier for once.
Yeah, Wild Thornberries.
Even though I don't like this show.
If only my webcam was on, you could see like the smile just absolutely just drop to a frown.
I'm sorry. Here's my thing about Wild Thornberries.
Way to kill the mood, Sly.
You have like only 7 fucking things above a fucking C tier. Like, if anyone's killing the mood, it's you.
I like how this whole stream is kind of just like an argument between the two of us of like who's the cynical one.
I can guarantee
Like,
you.
we're
I guarantee you this though. A lot of the shows that you put in didn't watch, or don't care, I'd probably put at least like above like a fucking like B. But anyways, I'm sorry. Here's my thing. I respect at least what they were going for, being more of just kind of like a world traveling show talking about like animals and like, you know,
There's animal life.
yeah, animal life. I respect that quite a bit. And I mean, his name's Nargel, right? Like Nigel. He's fucking great, but like everything else, I just don't particularly care for. Like, I mean, obviously it's a Clapsy Supo show, so obviously it's gonna be like it's gonna have that style. But like even then,
Yeah, you either love it or hate it. That style.
I don't hate it. I just don't think it works with this show. Funny enough,
You don't think you think like the anime it would be you'd think it a more like visually appealing or not visual well, it's still visually appealing but you know what I mean
I feel like if it was just like more like more I guess I don't want to say less stylized, but if it was a different style, I feel like I would have cared about it more. Also, I'm just gonna be frank, like I don't really care about any of the other characters. Like I just didn't really relate to them all that much. Probably because like admittedly, like I wasn't really like the most excited about traveling myself, so like maybe I'm a little bit biased. It's just not for me. So
I guess I'm excited about traveling though. That could also be just because I'm at that time in my life where like I want to explore.
yeah.
But then society, man, is all like, no, man, you gotta pay money for airplane tickets. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah,
You can tell I'm kind of losing my sanity a little bit.
Damn, this is the stream that made you fucking lose sanity, and not talking about, and not the stream where we talked about Pac-Man having fucking lore.
Anyways, since you fucking stole that from me, we are talking about rocket.
No,
I'm not gonna let this go. We are talking about fucking rocket power. We are closing the chapter on Klasky Tupo. We need
hey, Sanjay and Craig.
Oh, don't even get me started on Sanjay and Craig. Fuck this show. This is F. I already made this joke, but F for fuck this show. This is like a... For one, it looks like Bob's Burgers fucking, like, you know, meth child. Like Bob's... I remember someone made a comparison a long time ago, where it's like regular show, and Bob's Burgers' art style had like a bastard child. That's what it fucking looks like. Which is an insult to both of those shows, which I really like, especially regular show. Also, this was one of those shows that heavily relied on fucking gross out humor, which, as we've established, I fucking hate. This was extreme, and when it was not gross, this show literally triggered my gag reflex when they were eating like belly button lint or some shit. This actually triggered my gag reflex. I was sitting on the TV with my mom, and like I started gagging, and she was like, "Oh, holy shit! Like, are you okay? You scared my mother.
Oh my god!
You made my mother fear for my life, Sanjay and Craig. You made her scared. You scared my dear sweet mother. You can attack me. You can trigger my gag reflex, but you're coming after my fucking fam. You're coming after my fucking family, dude. You're coming after my family. And that I cannot forgive. The only positive that I could give you is that at least it's nice to see like an Indian American protagonist, but they deserve so much better than you. You attacked my fucking body, my soul, my family, my eyes. Fuck you. May you
Oh my
burn
god.
the
Okay,
fire.
you know what? You know what? You win the ultimate rage rant. You beat out the Uncle Grandpa rant by a mile.
Make sure you let Zombie know that. That I have taken his crown. There is a new king in charge, and he's fucking pissed.
All right, yeah, no, Sanjay and Craig sucks. Anyways, let's talk about Rocket Power.
Yeah, now, finally. I mean, do I need to say anything? This is a fucking F tier. Like, but on a different level of F. Where, like, Sanjay and Craig is disgustingly F. Rocket Power is, like, so lame that it's just, like, you want to make fun of it. It's, like, a justified case of bullying. It's like, nah, man, you deserve to bully.
Oh my god. Okay, so fucking Rocket Power. And I've said this before, if you still like this show after the year 2003, you're on fucking drugs. You are on meth. I stand by that, by the way. This show is literally the example of how not to put a time capsule for your show. As this is basically just the late 90s and early 2000s skater culture, like Southern California skate culture represented in the worst imaginable way possible, done in, I know this is Clapsy Supo, but there's no excuse for how fucking ugly the color palette is with this show. This show looks like shit.
Yeah,
like,
it looks polluted. It looks polluted.
Yeah, it looks like it's such a drab looking show. And it just looks so ugly.
Which is weird because, you know, it takes place in, like, Santa Monica.
Yeah, it's by the beach. Like, obviously there's episodes where they go outside of that, but, like, anyone who's from Southern California, which I've mentioned this before, I was born in Southern California. I don't live there anymore, but, like, I lived there for a good time. And, like, it does not look like this.
Yeah, like
this is a bad representation. And again, the only people who I see liking the show are people who are stuck in the year 1999.
And I will just say this, like, if you like this show, that's fine, but, like, I know people who like this show, but at the same time, they do acknowledge that this is, like, corporate bullshit, but they
it's 90s to early 2000s corporate garbage. That's what this is.
Yeah, and that's fine. At least
acknowledge it. Don't say that, like, this is, like, a game changer. And it's not just me who says this. Fucking people on YouTube also agree with me. Rebel Taxi fucking hates this show. Because guess what? It's corporate garbage.
Yeah, I personally don't like corporate garbage, but if you like it, at least acknowledge that. At least be like, yeah, this is corporate garbage, and I'm falling for it. Like, especially for a fucking trend that's not popular anymore, definitely. I mean, people still skate, and it's not like...
people still skate. It's just the extreme sports fad of, like, the 90s and, like, 2000s was so fucking... It's so fucking wretched now. Like...
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, if you're into skateboarding and, like, snowboarding and, like, all the extreme sports, if that's something you like doing, that's fine.
Yeah, well, I'm not shitting on people who like this. I'm shitting on, like...
we're shitting on, like, 55. Like, we're shitting on 55-year-old corporate suits, like, sitting together in a boardroom. Like, what do kids like?
Yeah, the only thing I'm not surprised about, the only thing I'm surprised about is that they didn't start fucking playing Nookie on the fucking in this, like,
Nookie. Oh my god.
Like, or like something like that. Like. Or some, like, fucking bullshit new metal thing. Like, that would have been the cherry on top. Thank God that didn't fucking happen, but, like...
Or else we'd have to create a separate tier.
Yeah, I'd put that in... I would create the Fred Durst tier just for this show.
Durst. But they didn't Durst it.
Yeah, they didn't... I mean, they did Durst it. They intentionally made it bad. Like, But whatever. It's bad. Don't fucking watch this garbage. It's actually one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Even whenever I was a fucking... Like, granted, I remember watching this as a kid. I didn't really, like, mind it too much back then. But as I got older, I saw through all the bullshit. Like...
Yeah, once you recognize, like, you know, how this shit works... once you lose your innocence.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Which, speaking of terrible things, let's talk about. We gotta fucking talk about these. Okay. Okay. Okay, which one's gonna be the least painful?
Well, apart from like, what's the?
I
big,
mean, there's
like,
3 bad live action shows we've got left.
Okay, so which is?
Actually, you know what? Do
Okay,
you mind if I just talk about the rest of these? Because, like, there's not really much
Yeah,
else here left.
you
Okay.
talk about the rest of the live action stuff, except for Fairly Otter. I have shit to say about.
Okay,
this.
that fine. I'll fucking okay, fine. In that case, then I'll fucking School of Rock and Fred the Show.
Fred the Show is an absolute fucking F tier, and I don't. And this is
Need I say
don't-
more? Need
I
we
don't
need
need
to
to-
say more about this?
I don't need to explain this. And even like when this show came out, Fred was not popular on YouTube anymore.
Yeah, like he was already like a fad, like after 2008.
No disrespect intended to Lucas, I'm sure he's a great guy, but let's be honest, the reason why he got famous on YouTube was just because this was the very early days of YouTube.
Yeah,
There just
like
wasn't
yeah, there
there
just
just
wasn't
wasn't
much
much content.
content on YouTube yet, and people forget just how I don't want to say barren, but just more experimental YouTube was in the
Primitive.
2000s. Like
It was just very primitive. It hadn't quite reached the. I mean,
well, YouTube was popular in the 2000s. It just wasn't dominating yet. Like it was.
Yeah, it hadn't really had a standard. It was still finding its place.
Yes.
It was popular, but it was still growing.
Yes. So it just kind of feels like, again, corporate executives talk to him, and they just didn't really know what to do with the show, so they just said, "Fuck it, do whatever."
Do what you do on the internets.
Although to be fair, I think they do that with pretty much every single one of their shows, from what I've seen. So you know,
Probably do that all the time.
so yeah, this sucks. Need I say more?
This sucks.
As for School of Rock, this one not only offends me because of, well, it offends me for 3 separate reasons. Number 1, similar to Game Shakers, this is a misrepresentation of rock culture. Like, again, I've covered so many goddamn like tier lists with music, and look at that entire shelf of CDs. So
many, I can't even
number
count.
2, this is based off of the movie of the same name, which I think is based off a book, or if I'm not mistaken. But
Which is a pretty awesome movie.
yes, it's one of Jack Black's best movies. And to see this show try to overshadow that movie is extremely insulting.
Almost laughable.
It's pathetic and sad.
Like, I can't believe you actually tried.
And
Like, you
number
thought.
3,
Actually do
this is the biggest offense. They had multiple special guests brought on for, you know, episodes. And even a few that not only were special guests, but they were regular guests too. You know who one of them was?
You like him a lot.
Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy.
Pete Wentz, the man himself.
Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy. I showed the clip last year.
Yeah,
Like,
the same guy who gave you dating advice.
yeah, the same guy who gave you dating advice to not send nudes on the internet. He somehow got himself on a kids show.
Which is also very good. Which, by the way, is actually, pretty good advice. Don't do that.
I mean, yeah, don't fucking do that. But like, you know, what, Pete Wentz, I said
Pete
this
Wentz.
2 years ago,
What?
and I'm still going to ask this. Why you done what you done?
If you ever met Pete Wentz, would you ask him that?
I mean, I saw them live. That's not really meeting them, though. I mean,
Well, yeah. I mean,
I will. If that does happen, I will ask him that. Why you done what you done?
Why did you appear?
Why did you appear on? He's probably gonna give like the typical answer. He's just like contract, which I mean,
Yeah.
valid. I mean, yeah.
Come on, Pete.
But like, yeah, you had to do School of Rock though. Like, I fucking I fucking bought a Funko Pop of you, right next to. Yeah, I fucking bought a Funko. I bought a fucking. What?
You still love him though.
I still love it. I just like giving shit. It's just funny just seeing like
It's like seeing Gerard Way on Yo Gabba Gabba.
Okay, but that was funny.
I mean that is very funny.
Like, I mean, just imagine like
I think after the stream I'm gonna watch that clip because that's just funny.
Like just imagine like fucking Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance
on a preschool show.
The people who made The Black Parade and The Ghost of You, and
an album about a guy dying of cancer.
Like, yeah, and defined emo. I know Gerard Way hates emo. I don't. That's a whole other conversation. But like, come on, man.
It's like Kurt Cobain guest appearing on like an episode of Barney. Like, it's so weird. It'd be so weird.
Yeah.
You'd probably fucking hate that though.
Yeah. So it's fucking dumb. Also, Kendall Schmidt from Big Time Rush also was a regular guest on this for whatever reason. So. So yeah, no, this show sucks. Like, honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, I know there's worse sitcoms. This one I just think is my least favorite because of what it represents.
This is personal for you.
Yes, this one's personal, especially since it pretty much misrepresents what rock music is like supposed to represent. It taints on the legacy of one of the best comedies of the 2000s. And Pete Wentz and Kendall Schmidt were on it as regular guests, and they provide barely anything save. They do not save the show at all.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Like, Fall Out Boy. Okay, to be fair, Fall Out Boy wasn't doing great at the time themselves anyways, but like, again, they're still one of my favorite bands of all time. I mean, I got the damn poster. And again, I got Funko Pops of Patrick Stump and Pete Wentz right next to my Sly and Roxy ones. So like, you fucking know.
Like,
Yeah, you fucking know. Again, I don't buy Funko Pops unless they're things that like are personal. So
yeah, because Funko's kind of weird sometimes.
Yeah, like, again, I only started getting them after they got the Sly Cooper one, but anyways, I'm assuming you don't care about School of Rock after that rant, so
yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
I like how you have this big rant, and then you go to me and it's like, I don't care.
All right. Well, let's get the shit fest out of the way. Thankfully, this will be the last of the shit fest, at least in my opinion.
Oh.
So, we already mentioned that technically Fairly Odd Parents proper is done. Unfortunately, though, they brought it back in the worst way possible. Take it away.
This triggers my fucking, like, the insane part of my brain, but, like, the Fairly Odd Parents, Fairly Odder, it's way more than Otter. It's actually kind of fucking, it's so bad, it's actually kind of amazing. Like, this is a fucking specimen. for how bad, like when I tell people like Fairly Odd Parents fall harder than SpongeBob, some people would probably be like, "Oh, you can't say that." It's like, well, look at, as much as I hate the spin-offs of SpongeBob, they will never be as, at least superficially, they will never be as obviously poor quality as the Fairly Odd Parents Fairly Odder. This show, we've talked about how a lot of like Nickelodeon live action shows are very obviously low budget.
Yep.
This one is rumored to be so underfunded that the like costume department literally had to go to Party City.
Oh yeah, I heard that rumor. So
Like people, they had so little funding that they just had to go to a party store to get costumes. And you can tell because I don't know if you can tell it. Eventually, you start to notice that they reuse the same like 3 sets over and over and over again, and very rarely, like explore anywhere. I don't even think they have enough budget to film outside, because I've never seen them go outside. It's purely indoors. This is like, I have seen productions on YouTube in the fucking late 2000s have more production quality than this goddamn show. And that's not even getting started on the animation, which is our lack thereof, with Cosmo, Wanda, and Jorgen, and anything else that's magical involved, which is not only jarring to see these Butch Hartman designs fucking pasted in a live action environment where they're literally not even like touching the ground when they're not flying, of course, because they're fairies, but like not even like just looking like they're on a separate, you can clearly see they're on a separate layer. This is a far cry from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, a movie that came out, nearly 40 years ago.
Yeah, 35 years ago.
Yeah, 35 years ago. This is definitely not that. There's nothing to say about any of the characters that they add, even the ones that are still there. The concept is stupid. The actors, you can tell, are like, the actors look like they're just one step away from like crying. Like, just they have like that. They have that. You can. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like I can tell when an actor is like screaming for help inside. You can tell that these actors are just begging for it to be over so they could just go home and get paid. There is just no passion in this. This is the only positive I can say about it is they have the same guy who plays Mr. Crocker, I believe, both in the cartoon and in the live action movies. And I mean, he was the only good part of the live action movies, and he's the only good part of the show. He's the only person who seems to actually be putting in a performance that's entertaining. If the show was just him, I'd tolerate it a lot more. But it's just, 5% of like the entire thing. This is one of those cases where it's so bad, I would actually recommend you watch it just to see how bad something can be.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's made by Nickelodeon, one of the largest animation studios in the space, in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
I would recommend you watch it just for curiosity's sake. It is almost fascinating how bad this show is. Do I need to say any more? This goes in the F tier.
Wait, what tier again?
F tier. There.
Damn it.
We are done We are done with everything Butch Hartman related.
And
No
everything
more
that
talking
just
about
straight up
Butch.
sucks.
And everything that just straight up sucks. Everything else, at least in my opinion, is either meh or I love it to death. And we will get to the stuff that I love to death. Okay. Holy shit. Am I still... How many
Alright, so
shows do
let's
I
move
have
on now. No,
How many shows do I have left?
I mean, because we've only got like a few, I'm just gonna say the rest of them. So,
Okay.
because, yeah, there's not that much left. Alright. Are You Afraid of the Dark? This is counting both the 90s version and the reboot version, because they're counted as the same series online, so...
I haven't watched either, so I can't
Damn.
really say for certain. Okay, give me something you know I'm gonna like.
Okay...
Or at least have some positive things to say about.
Oh! Wait, what? Are You Afraid of the Dark?
No, like just get. I haven't seen the original or the adaptation, so I don't know much
Okay.
about it.
Okay, well... If I'm gonna be honest... I mean, yes, obviously, like, if you've seen the JonTron videos, yes, he does fucking joke around a bunch of shit. But if I'm gonna be honest, I've watched both the version from the 90s, plus the first revival. People forget there was, like, a break in between from, like, 96 to about 98. And then they brought it back for a few years. Then, eventually, 20 years later, they brought it back again. If I'm gonna be...
know that.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because it's funny.
But if I'm gonna be honest, yeah, no. Obviously, there's some episodes that do straight up suck. I'm just gonna be frank. But like, if I'm gonna be honest, a lot of them actually do hold up surprisingly well.
Actually,
Like,
kind of brilliant.
no, like I'm being serious though. Like the fucking for example, like the tale from the Ghastly Grinner, where it's like basically like this fucking clown who like basically or
Hate
jester whatever.
clowns.
Well, he not clown, jester whatever. And he kind of like torments this like town after like a comic book's opened, and he like he basically like mutilate, like he basically just like, you know, puts like some like weird like blue liquid shit, which is like a poison, down like people's throats because they're like, you know,
Ugh.
yeah, it's fucked up. And of course, let's not forget the one where, you know, it takes place in a pool and there's a fucking
Yeah,
thing that just straight up just
Looks like it's from an actual horror movie.
yeah, like
for
there's some fucked up shit in the
just,
original
like,
series. And if
emaciated
I'm gonna be
teenagers.
honest, the reason why I keep mentioning the 2010s being like what could have been seen as like Nickelodeon finally climbing themselves out of the hole that they've been digging in for the past 15 years was because, if I'm gonna be honest, that fucking revival that they did for Alone in the Dark was genuinely really fucking good. I was shocked. Like, and not only that, but also that shit was fucking creepy as hell.
Hell was very creepy.
Like, no, but I'm being serious though. Like,
I know.
Like, and this is coming from the same studio who gave us fucking House of Anubis.
What?
Like, so like, I was genuinely shocked after I watched that revival and how fucking creepy that was. Like, wow, they had some fucking balls. So, and if I'm gonna be honest, there's some fucking scenes that they had that actually may have made me jump a little bit. So,
Ooh, you got scared.
that's not being scared, it's just being jumped. I jumped at like whenever I played the fucking, you know, horror game, some of the horror games I played, but that wasn't necessarily like me getting scared.
There's a difference between being startled and scared.
Yeah, but like, yeah, no.
You know.
Surprisingly better than I thought it was going to be. Of course, there's going to be episodes from the original series that are kind of stinkers. As a matter of fact, like, it's not a pure horror series. There's some fantasy elements and there's some like episodes that are more pure fantasy. But yeah, no, I surprisingly would recommend it. It holds up better than I expected.
It is A-okay.
So yeah. Alright, now let's go with the complete opposite of Alone in the Dark. Let's go. Let's go with something that, like, yes, I will admit is very fucking stupid and is memed upon, but I don't fucking care. I love this show just for how stupid it is. Even if it helps set a bad trend, I don't care. Big Time Rush.
Big Time Rush. Oh. Yeah, I
This
kinda,
is an example of a show that, yeah, it's not very good, but it's a guilty pleasure of mine. I don't know if you feel the same way.
yeah, I give it like a B tier because it's just so stupid, but I love it. It's just I shouldn't. This is one of those things where it's like I shouldn't like this, but there's just something so silly about it. Like no one's taking it like it just seems like everyone's having fun. Like it
Well,
just seems like everyone involved was having fun.
if I'm gonna be honest, it's the type of humor very similar to Ned's Declassified, which we'll get into that in a second, where it's like it's cartoon logic with live action, but it's done well enough.
Yeah, which I know that doesn't really. I know what you're talking about, even though it, like when you say it, like it doesn't sound like it makes sense. But if you know what the show is like, if you know what both those shows are like, then like you would get it. Like I like
Yeah,
if you
like
if
I don't know how
you
else to describe it other than like it's IRL. It's an IRL cartoon. Like,
but like done right.
yes,
Not in something like not in the sense of like, oh, it's under budget and like it would have been better if it was animated. It's like it works well with what it has.
yes, that's how I would describe both of those shows. But for Big Time Rush, I will admit it's the inferior show, but I still fucking love it because of how ridiculous it is.
There's just something goofy about it.
So
it's
yeah,
just, you can't help.
I mean,
help but laugh.
well, I remember an episode that like the main plot wasn't even involved. Like the main, like one of the main, it wasn't even the main plot of the episode. It was their fucking producer in the show. I forgot his name. Yeah, he was he was talking to some executive, or he was typing something to an executive or whatever, and he said that he hates Brussels. He meant Brussels sprouts, but it sounded like he hated the fucking city of Brussels, Belgium.
Yeah, the city of Brussels, and everyone in Belgium was like hated him. I remember that.
Like, there's like goofy shit like that happens all the time. I don't know why, I just love that. Not to say it didn't have its serious moments, because, like, it did, but, like, I don't know, it's just one of those shows that just knows that it's goofy, but I just love it anyways, because, like, it's just...
It knows what it is.
Yeah, it knows what it is. Yes, did it help bring back boy bands in the early to mid-2010s? Yes. And
that's a small price to pay.
Yeah, and yes, I mean, granted, you know, this is not One Direction. Big Time Rush, I don't think ever was as big, but like, they walked.
We're not as big. How ironic.
But like, whatever, you get the point. Is that like, it was better than it had any right to be.
Yeah.
So, at least in my opinion. Maybe the show truly is just an F tier show, and maybe it's just because, like, I don't know, it's just so bad that it's great. But like, I'd rather watch it than literally any other show that came out around that same time with Nickelodeon, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
So
Let's be real here. Let's be real though, man.
But all right, well, speaking of shows that are like that, let's do Ned's Classified. If I'm gonna be honest, the only I feel like the only live action show from its time that's aged the best, which is
Yeah, I put it in a B tier because I watched this all the time and it was a lot of fun.
yeah, and
Even
from
though
what it sounds like, it seemed like this is one of the examples where like thankfully they weren't treated like shit. As a matter of fact, they actually had a 20th anniversary reunion recently.
dude,
So
like the dude who played Cookie is so fucking jacked now.
yeah, wasn't he
Like,
in like he was in something recently? Um, fuck, I can't think of it.
his name is Simon Nelson Cook.
Yeah,
Wait, oh wait, no, that's fucking the character's
yeah,
name. I'm
that's the
sorry.
name.
The actor is Daniel Curtis Lee. I'm sorry.
Daniel
I'm sorry,
Curtis
Daniel.
Lee. Um,
Yeah,
oh,
he's fun. Like,
oh, great. He was on Zeke and Luther for a while. I forgot about that.
well, yeah, I forgot about that.
But whatever, we're done with Disney Channel. I
But no,
thought he
man,
was in
he's like one of
something
those.
else.
He
I don't
was
know.
like, he was like one of those dudes in like school who like, it's literally like the meme of like, the nerdy kid at school, but like when they're an adult, they like, they turn into like a heartthrob
Yeah,
and like they're like
but yeah, no.
successful.
Similar to Big Time Rush, this also had sort of like a goofy sense of like comedy. But if I'm gonna be honest, it was also kind of like relatable in a way because they're in like
Middle
middle
school.
school and
Who hasn't been in middle school?
yeah, and also like they tackled pretty much
Yeah.
every single yes, every single cliche about middle school, but they do it in a
It was
way that's unique.
yeah,
And I
it
appreciate
kind of
that.
it kind of used that as like a way to like kind of poke fun at that or just kind of make comedy out of that. It knew
Yeah.
its premise was inherently cliched of like, the middle or high school like sort of slice of life thing and all the issues that you deal with in that time of your life. But it
Yeah.
did that wasn't the main thing. That was more so the framing device for the comedy. That
Yes.
was more so that was more so just the mold. That was kind of it was the setting to use it
Yes.
like that's just what they used to tell whatever kind of wacky jokes they wanted, and they did it very successfully.
Yes. And I'm just hoping turned out there wasn't like any sort of bullshit involved with this show. Please spare this one.
Please
Like,
God, if
'cause,
there is a God out there, please just do us this favor.
yes, because like if it wasn't Drake and Josh that was gonna be like saved, at least save this one. Like I hope there wasn't anything I'm being serious too, because like I don't want to shit on everything that's live action from Nickelodeon. And like since
Yeah,
this was the one I watched, since this was my second favorite, now my favorite. Please. All right. Well,
the only thing I nitpick about the show is that it's one of those cases where it's like they're middle schoolers, but they really look like high schoolers.
oh yeah, no, you can tell like they're in high school. Like it's
But
actually kind of funny, but whatever.
but whatever.
That's fine.
That's kind of a thing with a lot of school settings is the actors
Yeah.
typically like 5 years older than like they look 5 years older than they should.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's cover a show that like I know you have a hot take about, and like admittedly, like the show itself like is very contentious. So like, let's just get this out of the way. This is probably gonna be the last bad one for you, even though like most people think the show is pretty good. Legend of Korra.
Take it away.
So
I put Legend of Korra as a fucking D tier because I don't think it's a good follow-up to Avatar. Maybe my expectations are too high, but just I don't like Korra as a character. I didn't care about any of the new characters, and I don't understand the new setting of it being like a 1920s-ish, like, not exactly steampunk, but I guess like the 1920s like equivalent of such, of it being like, infused with the world of Avatar. Like, you kind of are, it kind of ruins like the unique aesthetic that Avatar had, and I just didn't care. I found Korra to be annoying as a character. I did not, care. I just, this was, I think my expectations were probably way too high. But I'm sorry, guys. I don't like this. I don't like it.
I am not going to be a part of that debate. So
You're not gonna not throwing a horse into this race or whatever they say they call it.
I'm going to say that like I disagree. I think the show itself, after I will say this. I was initially dismissive when it first was announced, specifically because, well, Avatar was such a fucking amazing show that, like, why did it need a follow-up? Like,
Yeah, I feel like a follow-up is just pointless, to be honest.
however, you're gonna be fucking mad with me about this.
I'm not gonna get mad at you.
I watched the first season or so.
Unless you say it's like your favorite show of all time, or that
It's not my
better than
favorite show of
Avatar.
all time.
Yeah,
Like,
unless you say something like that, then I'm not gonna get mad at you.
you already know it's not my favorite show of all time. But anyways,
I know.
after I rewatched it though, I thought it was actually surprisingly pretty good. Unfortunately, though, as with another show we're going to talk about, you guys already know it, this show got shit treatment by Nickelodeon, as the final season didn't even air on Nickelodeon or even Nicktoons. They dumped it all online. And they outsourced the animation from the Korean studio that they worked with to a smaller budget Japanese studio, and the quality of the animation was pretty obvious.
You can tell when they did that as well.
And that sucks because I know
one of the
like
one of the best things about Avatar, at least the original show, was its animation.
yeah, because like it blended Eastern animation with elements of Western animation, and
it came in handy during action scenes, which
yeah,
were incredible.
I am gonna say this though. I know you really don't like the concept of it being more modernized. And again, usually I'm not that case as well. I mean, I mentioned this before. I fucking hate urban fantasy shit. That I fucking hate shit like Harry Potter and like Percy Jackson and shit like that.
Yeah,
and
that's why I'm surprised that you have such like a positive. I guess where you're surprised that I didn't click with the Loud House, I'm surprised that you do click.
Well, here's my thing. I see it more as an evolution of the world that they live in, because like they're taking the approach of, hey, it's like what, fucking 100 years later in the future in this world.
No, it's not 100 years. It's like 50.
No, it's around 80 to 100 years.
All right, well, continue.
But they take the approach of like continuing on that world if it like, went through like a continued like phase of technology. Because let's be real here, like fantasy settings. What?
In a similar way to our world.
Yes,
like
because let's be real here. As much as I love fantasy, it's very unrealistic for them to just kind of stick to like the fucking Iron Age permanently.
Yeah, well that's why I personally do kind of like urban fantasy, because it just makes sense that there be instances where.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't care for it like with Korra though, because like it's the same logic.
Well, I guess I just find it kind of phony that they went with a more Eastern like culture and just kind of defaulted to just 1920 Chicago. Like they had something that was very unique and they just defaulted to doing something that was just been done before many times.
It's more than just 1920 Chicago though. Like they still have that East Asian influence. They make they make fucking city more in line with like fucking the city from Big Hero 6, where it's kind of like a combination of like Chicago with like Tokyo.
It's just still not for me. I guess I would.
Damn.
I guess I just prefer that it be more like Asian inspired because I think that's just what made it interesting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That it's just they do have that. You just probably didn't get that. Whatever. Whatever. We're wasting time. Point is, you don't like Korra. I like Korra, but I acknowledge that they got fucked over, and unfortunately, that showed with the quality of the later. What's from what I've seen with season 3. That sucks. So, also hot take: I've seen way worse lead characters than Korra that were follow-ups. I mean,
I'm not.
Look at fucking Ezra from Star Wars Rebels. I'm not debating people on that one.
Well, don't get it twisted. I acknowledge it's not the fucking worst show
But
out there.
anyways, let's get these 3 other shows out of the way before we talk about the big 3. All right.
We talk about the big 3.
Right. Rise of the TMNT. How do you feel?
I have not seen this
Okay.
because again, this is very new, right?
Yes. Well, new. It came out 5 years ago.
Oh,
hot
really?
take. Yes.
Wow.
Hot take. This show was pretty good, and this comes from someone who does not give a shit about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at all. I thought this surprised me, and yes, that does mean I think it is way better than the 2012 show. So, fight me.
I mean, it looks better.
It looks better, but also, it actually made me somewhat start actually kind of getting into the characters, because like they actually had a bit more depth than just the stereotypes that they gave the turtles. I don't know.
So it was kind of like a DuckTales reboot kind of thing.
Yes. Like that's the best comparison I would make, is that it's a reboot, but it's a reboot that you can argue is better than like the shows that came before. Because keep in mind, there's been 4 TMNT shows, so yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple cartoons because it's been around since the 80s.
Yeah, so honestly, I would recommend it. And again, goes back to what I was saying, was like it seemed like Nickelodeon was trying to it seemed like they were climbing themselves out of their hole. Unfortunately, we've learned they just hit themselves under a rock and fell down that trench. They fell back down to that trench, which makes me sad. But anyways, last live action show, the Naked Brothers Band.
We're really ending on a high note with that one, aren't we? I mean, I would put this in a D tier. Maybe my opinion would be more educated, but I actually do have a fucking excuse for this one. My mom would not let my brother and I watch this. She did for some reason.
All right, well then
didn't.
At that point, like you should probably just put it in the don't know, since like it was like influenced opinion.
I guess, but yeah, my mom didn't. I know she hated it. If I asked her about it today, she probably still hates it. But she would not let my brother and I watch it.
Why? Like,
it's the
Naked Brothers Band. Like,
I think from what I remember, whenever I would ask her, I think she just didn't like how it was like these 2 like little kids who were like living the rock and roll lifestyle. Like, I guess she just didn't like it because I think she maybe thought it was promoting like bad vibes to my brother and I. I don't know. She just didn't like.
I'm pretty sure they were forced to be straight edge throughout the entire show.
Well, yeah, I doubt they were doing coke at like. But like, I don't know. I'm not my mom.
Whatever. Whatever.
You know what? I'll ask her about it. I'll ask her about it in the morning. Like, I'll
Alright.
ask her about it. Obviously, like,
Whatever. The show was okay, but unfortunately, who fucking cares? Outside of me, because they were in the Fall Out Boy music video for "Take Over the Break's Over." That's their legacy. Yes, they were great. Tied it back to Fall Out Boy.
Yeah, Fall Out Boy returns.
All right. Invader Zim.
All right. Oh boy. You're not doing me any favors now, are you? Okay, look, Invader Zim, I give this like a C tier because I am just
Damn.
Again, this is another one of those situations where I see a show and it just doesn't click with me. And I just don't click with the darker tone and like the more not fucked up. Well, some fucked up shit does happen in that show. It just doesn't click with me. It's like I don't like its tone. I don't like its style. It's like it's okay. Like it's not bad. It's just something that doesn't click with me. I view Invader Zim in the same way that I view something like Hell of a Boss, where I can recognize that it has like its redeeming qualities, but ultimately it doesn't click. Which I guess shouldn't be surprising considering like, Invader Zim and Hell of a Boss do have an overlap in their fan base.
Well, I mean, Richard Steven Horvitz.
Richard Steven, yeah, voices Zim and Moxie. So like that shouldn't. I guess that's not too surprising that I would. I guess if you think about it, like it's not too surprising that I would have the same opinion on Invader Zim as I would on Hell of a Boss, because they both do have pretty similar vibes. Not exact, obviously, but
I just realized you do not have any S tier at all. My God.
we're almost there. We're almost there.
This is this is what I've been saying for months. You are like, I'm not a contrarian. Literally, you are only gonna have like what, 1 or 2 S tiers? Like, oh my God.
I don't know. Don't.
Like,
Not mine.
bruh.
It's.
No, dude, I look at again. I've literally have been recreating your list, and you're only going to have, I think, only 2 shows in S tier. Like, oh my God. No wonder why you hated Nickelodeon, because you were watching all the bad shit.
I was. Oh, I am so fucking evil. I'm such a bastard. I'm such a bad person.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Okay, so obviously we are ending this on a positive note. Thankfully, at least for me,
Don't worry.
we're talking about my personal 3 favorite shows on, well, my 3 favorite animated shows on Nickelodeon. And I'm pretty sure with Goldie, 2 of them are his favorites too. But
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, just so that we can just establish this, let's get this one out of the way. I think, objectively speaking, Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best show, and I'm assuming that's your first S tier.
That is my first S tier.
Thank
You're
God.
at the end-
Okay.
You're at the end of the goddamn.
There. We established that Goldie actually likes something that's popular.
I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. Do I need to explain? Do I need to explain?
No, you
the
don't.
obvious?
Like,
Great characters, amazing story, fantastic world building, beautiful animation, breathtaking action sequences, and pretty funny when it wants to be. Pretty funny.
yeah, it, like,
What-
it can be funny, but it also takes itself seriously enough. Like,
perfectly balances serious topics with comedy.
and
Every character
also being
completely
able. Oh, sorry, you go.
like every main character or even supporting character is fleshed out enough to feel real. It's just, what can I say that hasn't been said for over a decade already by
Yeah,
people
for
much smarter
almost
than us.
2 decades at this point. Because keep in mind, this came out in 2005.
Yeah,
God.
like even even my mom was like excited to watch this. Like even she loved this show. Like that's really
Mhm.
saying something. I feel like even if like parents were like invested, I
Yeah.
think that's really saying something. Because this is also like, and I will bring up this again, but this is an example of a kid show that never really feels like a kid show.
Yeah, like, it feels more mature.
This could very, it feels way more mature than like 90% of adult cartoons that have come out in the past like 15 years.
Hmm. I mean, it definitely helps that it is, like, inspired by Eastern animation. So, like, that probably, like, adds to its favor.
It has
So,
its own unique, it has its own unique tone, its own style.
hmm.
Because it's not quite anime, but it's also not quite typical
Yeah,
like
no,
Western.
it's not. It is
Oh,
not an anime. Like, we're just gonna be frank here. It's not an anime. People call it that, but it's not.
it
It's
just takes inspiration from
it's
anime.
Korean influenced Western animation. So that's what it is. And truth be told, I mean, I totally agree. This is my second favorite animated show on this entire list, and it deserves all the recognition that it gets. Like, can some people be a bit extreme about it? Of course, that comes with every
Obviously.
single that comes with every single fan base.
Every fan.
But this is an example of something that like is popular for a reason and for damn good reason. And
It should be popular, and I hope it continues to be popular.
yes. And if I'm going to be honest, this might sound weird, but again, going off the core thing, I don't mind them doing expanded media on it because there's enough justification since it's a fantasy world. Like it's not like something like Danny Phantom where it's like it's a bit more contained, even if there's like expanded elements. Just don't go overboard with it. Like
Don't be like the Star Wars. Don't be like the Disney Star Wars.
yeah, don't Disney Star Wars it. You can like maybe do like Lucas era Star Wars it, but definitely not Disney era Star Wars it. Like where you just go overboard with like a million fucking like spin-off shows and shit like that. That's fucking dumb. But like more subtle stuff like comics would be fine. Which they've already been doing comics, so I guess we're good in that regard. Thank God.
Yeah.
Now let's go over, I'm assuming, your favorite show on the list.
Yes.
Hey fucking
Hey
Arnold.
Arnold. Arnold's the fucking man. I fucking love. Hey Arnold is not only my favorite Nicktoon, but it's my favorite Nickelodeon show. Objectively, Avatar: The Last Airbender is better, and while personally, if
Don't
as
name
we
it yet. Don't name it yet.
no, like I was gonna say SpongeBob. If SpongeBob ended earlier, like as we said, like 5 or even season 6, then SpongeBob would definitely be a very even rival, and like old SpongeBob's definitely a rival to that. Seasons 1 through 4, well, 1 through 3, 4 is kind of a mixed bag to be fair, but whatever. Hey Arnold through and through, it's just so great to watch. It's again like Avatar, it perfectly balances comedy and serious topics. It's a lot more slice of life, which is a genre that I am personally. very interested in, as I've talked about with As Told by Gender, not only just interested to watch, but interested to write.
Mm-hmm.
And again, as I've said with Avatar, although to a lesser extent, because, it has obviously Hey Arnold does have its more wackier moments at times, although it still manages to feel grounded all the same.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a cartoon that more so it treats kids like adults in the sense that it doesn't talk down to them, it doesn't insult their intelligence, it doesn't just it's not like Breadwinners where it just jingles fucking sound effects and screaming at your face, hoping you pay attention. It
Mm-hmm.
respects your time and your intelligence regardless of how old you are. And
Yes.
that's why I returned that respect. Because this show, obviously talking about deep subjects doesn't always equate to quality.
Yes.
Family Guy's talked about many deep subjects and butchered the fuck out of them.
Yeah, let's
But
keep it cool.
it got away with a lot more than it probably did even during the 1990s. Definitely got away with a lot more than it probably should have. And for people who've seen Hey Arnold, you probably have one big example that you're thinking of. And you are right, that's what I'm thinking of too, though I will not mention because I don't want Twitch to get mad at us. But
Yep.
it it's just extremely charming. The characters are just really fun to watch. Charming. I don't know how else to describe it, as just charming. Everything about it is just charming. It's just I can't describe it as anything else. It's just everything about it. Charming. It's such a feel good show. Even in sadder episodes, it's still a feel good show.
Mm-hmm.
And
Arnold is a certified Midwest emo.
It was emo.
Even though I think this takes place in Washington.
It's either New York or I believe the city they're in it's based on both New York City and Seattle.
Dang. Ambiguous setting.
But it's definitely somewhere on the coast. It's not like it's not like it's Chicago. It's definitely on the coast of an ocean.
Yeah.
An ocean's coast. So it's either Seattle. I personally think it's more so New York, because their neighborhood feels more like it's the Bronx or Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But I don't personally see the Seattle influences, but that's what the creators
I've seen some people say that it's a suburb of Seattle. But yeah, I agree. It feels more like Brooklyn or
New
York.
It feels more like New York to me.
So,
or at the very least, more like an East Coast city.
Yeah. But we'll have to do our research on that one. But yeah, no, Hey Arnold's fucking great.
Great. And just to finish this off, and I think I've said this about some of my other S tier cartoons, it's a show that I hope to one day be able, maybe not make something as good, but something that could be worthy of the same type of praise. It's a huge inspiration for me. And it's something that every now and again, I know we're not quite done yet. We still have one more show to go through, but this is the show that really appeals to me. We've been through so much shit, so much controversy, so much meh, so much just not clicking. We've been through so much rough shit, and sometimes that kind of gets to you, especially if you're somebody who wants to be in that industry and be a part of that. It really gets you down, but always remember stuff like Hey Arnold and Avatar, and just always remember shows like that just really motivate you to keep going, that it's not all bad out there, that quality will shine through, will be remembered. always remember that as a creator. That no
Mhm.
matter how many times it seems like bullshit just keeps getting through, ultimately, that shit gets forgotten. It may be popular now, but in a few years' time, you won't even know what it is. And I'll end it off on that. Because I feel like I've been very negative this whole stream. And I just want to show all you guys that I still have a little hope left in me. Am I a cynical bastard? Probably. But I'm not completely hopeless. I'm still holding on hope that I get to be one of the lucky ones.
Mhm.
And I ain't giving up. At least not without a fight. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Do
Mhm.
you have anything you could add to that, Sly, or are you ready to get to your favorite Nickelodeon cartoon?
I mean, I think you pretty much nailed it. Like, at the end of the day, like, what truly does matter is, you know, most of the time, like, what is good tends to be remembered, while the things that tend to either be, like, fads or just clearly low quality does turn out to just be, forgotten to time. And if it isn't forgotten to time, it's mostly so that the people
We
can't
can
make the
remind
same.
ourselves
Yeah.
to not make the same mistakes.
Because, like,
No one,
I mean,
no
again,
one,
a lot of these shows, there's a reason why no one talks about a lot of these shows.
yeah, no one is talking about Breadwinners or Angela Anaconda or Fred the Show.
Yeah, unless if you're doing like a top 10 worst video, or you're doing like, a YouTube
Unless you
video,
focus on,
like,
unless you focus on the bad.
yeah,
If all
like
you,
that's
if
not like a thing that most people focus on. And frankly, I don't think about a lot of these frankly like at all. It's just
I,
I
I only think
constantly
about
I
them.
yes, I did jokingly say these do live like rent free in my head, but that's only just for because I cover them, so that like, because who else is going to cover some of these?
No one else. You do the job no one else is willing to do. We do the
Exactly.
job that no one else is willing to do.
Yes, we
And
go in depth with a bunch of the topics that I am more of an expertise on, which of course is, digital media pop culture.
and to
So,
quote, a game that is admittedly pretty mid, but it's still a really good quote nonetheless. If all you ever look for in the world is evil, that's all you're gonna see.
mhm.
If you only seek out the bad, then all you're gonna see is the bad.
Yes.
If you try to find the positives in the world, don't worry, it's out there. Everything is not all doom and gloom.
Mhm.
Life may suck, but not all of it sucks. All right, are you ready for your big speech?
I
That was
mean,
my moment. Now
I
it's
already
your
did an
moment.
entire fucking podcast on this. So, let's get it out of the way. You guys already know My Life's Teenage Robot is, in fact, not only my favorite Nicktoon, not just only my favorite Nickelodeon show, but frankly, I think it's my favorite show of all time. It means,
Damn.
yeah,
Even more than like Gravity Falls.
yes.
Ooh boy. I'm gonna
Gravity
disagree
Falls is
with
a top 5 though. I'm not like it's
you.
it's a top
I
5.
know you're not. Yeah, I
I
know
mean,
you're not down.
there's a reason why I have Dipper's hat, of course.
Yeah, you got Dipper's hat.
So like, I just wish I had a fucking. If only they had a fucking Funko Pop of Jenny. I don't know, like the one character that they don't have, but whatever. But
I'm sure there's something out there.
oh wait, that's no,
Like
that's your. I forgot this is your fucking list. Where would you put it? I showed you the series.
It's a very high A tier.
Okay.
Very high A tier. But I understand that
you have way more, like, you have a big emotional investment into this, so
Yes,
I'm gonna let you do
'cause-
most of that.
Again, I'm gonna make mine quick.
Yeah, more
Again,
realistic.
go watch my podcast episode that I did last month on the entire show. I'm not gonna really repeat too much here. All I'm gonna say is that, again, this is my favorite Nicktoon of all time. This is my favorite Nickelodeon show of all time. This is one of my favorite examples of a female-led show, and great example of a female-led show. And it's a show that's impacted me like throughout much of my life. But whatever. I remember this show when it like was still airing at the time, and this, along with Avatar and Danny Phantom, were at the time like the Holy Trinity for me when it came to Nicktoons. However, over the years, I've realized that I flocked more towards this than Danny Phantom, even though oh, Danny Phantom's more of the guy show, and Danny Jova's more of the girl show.
No, it's not. Why not all good media is just gender neutral? How about that?
That's a base take. Unfortunately, there's like some people who don't see it that way. But anyways,
If there's
what was it?
if there's legions
Well,
of
okay,
like,
what
guys, if
we
there's
are
legions of guys who read My Little Pony, then you can like My Life as a Teenage Robot. Like,
yeah.
there's no fucking.
But
Like,
anyways, what I was gonna say though is it's a show that like blends comedy, like similar to Avatar, it blends comedy and action in the perfect way. It has a very unique art style compared to many other shows at the time because it was influenced by 1930s, 1950s, 1990s animation, Art Deco, and a little bit of anime. Combines it into one.
Just a little.
Yeah, it's more noticeable in the pilot, but like they still have it in. It still has that anime DNA with like the.
Still has some Japanese
with
heritage.
with like the shot compositions.
Yeah.
And
it's a little bit obvious, but yeah.
Yeah, and obviously Jenny's great, Brad's great, Tucker's great, Nora Wakeman's great. Like I consider that like. Yeah, all the characters, even Sheldon, who started off as a fucking creep, actually, had character development throughout the show, which is another thing. This is one of the few shows that actually had growth with the characters throughout the seasons.
What?
You don't really get that anymore. Seems like.
Really, well, I mean.
Well, okay. It seems like we did for a while, but like that's kind of dying. I've noticed.
Well, as
this was one of the earlier examples of a show that did that.
Yeah, at that time, and especially as far as Nickelodeon is concerned, it was very different at that time.
Yes, like it had like multiple plot points that became important in later episodes. Which, yes, you can fucking argue. Oh, like if you like, aren't you just gonna get lost? It has the aren't you gonna get fucking lost? But that maybe, but like at the end of the day, like I still think that it is still one of the best shows ever made, and it sucks that Nickelodeon basically gave this the middle finger, not just once but twice, and. We haven't really seen too much since.
But there is hope.
Yes, because Rob Renzetti is currently working. He's been doing a My Teenage Robot newsletter where he's been working on a continuation, basically like more of a internet. I don't even know what to call it. I thought it was a comic. I thought no. It turns out it was not a webcomic. It was like a newsletter short story like series that he does on his website. And if you subscribe to his newsletter, you get sent directly to like each like new page for the week. He's currently on his 6th page right now, and I mean, considering that like he's technically not the full owner, It's Nickelodeon, and you know who owns Nickelodeon? Viacom. Viacom.
Evil.
Okay, well, it's okay. The license for Teenage Robot is kind of confusing because it's owned by Viacom, but a part of the stake is also owned by Rob Renzetti still, at least the name. But then there's also Frederator, the distributors who also have a stake in the name as well. Frederator also being the ones who distributed Fairly Odd Parents and also Adventure Time, interestingly enough.
And another crossover with studios.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. So like it's a bit of a fucking mess right now. So I'm just glad that there's at least something being made, especially from like
The
original creator, which I know we complained about that earlier, but like considering that like
Rob Renzetti does have a pretty good track record.
yes, because this is the man who also worked on Samurai Jack, Powerpuff Girls, or of someone who also worked on all these, and Gravity Falls. So he knows and Samurai Jack. So he knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, he has a really good pedigree.
Yes. So
not just throughout the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. 3 decades of pretty damn good work.
So like, I'm surprised he's not as talked about in the industry, by the way, because you hear about Tartakovsky, Greg McCracken, Alec Hirsch, J.G. Quintel, like,
and they all deserve.
Yeah, they all deserve their recognition. It's just surprising he's not on that same level, considering that like he kind of helped. Like he was on a lot of damn like.
He helped with a lot of those people.
Yeah, like it's
for like over 30 years. Like he's a veteran.
Yeah, like he's been with the industry for decades and knows what the hell, like knows how the fuck it works. So
knows how to make a fucking TV show.
I mean, for fuck's sake, he was the co-producer for Alex Hirsch when he was making Gravity Falls. So like, that should tell you something. But regardless, though, again, if you want a more in-depth, opinion about how I feel about the show, go watch my podcast I did back last month. I think it's episode 36, if I'm not mistaken. Go check that out. All you need to know here is that, like, it's a show that means a lot to my... I mean, of course, I'm wearing this shirt. Yeah, it's starting to get worn out. Yeah, like, yeah, I need to get a newer version of the shirt, or just get a new, like, shirt in general. But it means a lot to me, and, I mean, this is no secret. I mean, at the end of the day, like, back in high school, Jenny as a character might have helped me go through a lot. And I still respect her, now. So, great show. So,
really good show.
Yeah, that's the fucking list. So, only 2 shows for S tier for you. Damn.
We're ending on a positive note.
We did end on a positive note.
We did it.
Yeah, here's my updated version of the list. I'll DM it to you so that you know how to...
Oh my god. What an adventure.
Yeah, at least we finally got this out of the way, and my god, this was the fucking stream of all time.
Yeah. Oh. What did I tell you in the beginning? I had a lot of strong opinions.
Surprising.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I like to think I did not disappoint.
You definitely didn't. But anyways, God, that that's going to be it for tonight. If you guys made it to the end of this, as always, you guys are legends. I appreciate you guys,
Legend.
you know, sticking to the very end and listening to our updated versions, or at least, well, kind of my
Listening.
updated version of opinions, but of course, hearing out Goldie's opinions on these since he wasn't here originally on the original version of the tier list.
I didn't even know. I was doing my thing, unaware of what the future had for me.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed watching two fucking psychopaths rant about cartoons. For like
We're
5
not
hours.
psychopaths. We're just passionate about, you know.
We're just chaotic. There's a difference.
Yeah. So, but in any event, I hope you guys did enjoy. Of course, go make sure to check out Goldie's Instagram down below.
You
So,
don't, I'll cry. You don't want to make me cry now, do you?
trust me, it's a scary, scary, scary thought. So yeah, there you go. There's the updated link. Go check that out. He's currently working on his own project, so feel free to check that out if you want to check out his art. As for my stuff, of course, if you guys can, make sure to hit that follow button down below. We currently are missing 1 follower for our goal. Tomorrow,
We just need one more.
Yeah, it's our last day for the goal, so please hit that follow button down below, especially if you want more gaming content. I just recently got done with single player September, so like that's already kind of over, but I will make sure that other streams will be done.
October comes with its own fun.
Yeah, so
Ooh.
and of course all these tier lists will be re-uploaded onto YouTube, so there'll be timestamps if you guys missed anything particularly.
Or if you want to skip ahead to the good stuff.
Yeah. And of course, if you guys can, speaking of, check out the links down below, YouTube, the Discord, SoundCloud, all that fun stuff. If you guys haven't already, you can also hit the subscribe button. If you can't do that, that is completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. Regardless of all that, though, make sure to share the channel and the stream to other people as well, and continue to be awesome people. But until then, I'm probably going to be doing one more stream tomorrow. It's probably going to be a solo podcast, so I'm just going to be doing that on my own. And yeah, that's about all I really got to say. You have anything else to say, or?
I like
Cheesecake.
cheesecake.
Okay.
I know that was random as fuck, so funny.
I don't. Alright, well, we'll see you guys later in the next one. Until then, peace out. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.